Hello everyone, good day and welcome to the Joint Data Centre's second day of the second research conference on force displacement. My name is Paddy Brock, I'm a senior data scientist at the Joint Data Centre. And Bjorn, are you about to come in?
Yes.
Great.
All right. Thanks, Paddy. I thought I would just take I see we have a good
Bjorn, I'm afraid I think you've lost sound. I can't hear you.
Is the sound back?
Good. Yes.
All right, good. All right. Welcome back. Good to see so many participants also on the second day of the research conference on force displacement. I'm not going to take up a lot of time, but just a couple of minutes, just to one quick reflection from yesterday, that we really had a full range of really high quality interventions from sophisticated microeconomists to policy makers and practitioners, and I would even say decision makers. One thing that is striking is that we do use different languages, and I think it's upon both sides to really make an effort to try to get into each other's heads, if you want, and try to really understand what's being said. And I think it takes an effort on both sides. As someone remarked, you rarely see such a wide range of participants, and I hope that you appreciate that particular aspect of this conference. I personally appreciate how many of the authors of the academic papers have taken the time and effort to really think through the policy implications and even policy recommendations from their findings. I think that's please keep that up. We're well aware that sometimes is hard, but if you don't do it, somebody else will, and you are more in control of what you believe are the big takeaways for a policymaker from your report if you do it yourself. We did hear several of our policy folks talking about being able to access the findings and accessing the reports, accessing in the sense that understanding the language, understanding the points in a context that works for them or is relevant for them. Our contribution from the Joint Data Center to that particular aspect is that we've, since 2.5 years now, we've been summarizing the best literature, academic and report literature on force displacement, with an emphasis on socioeconomic aspects in half a page a page. So every month, pretty much, we summarize an additional, a new set of 10 or 15 papers. And we publish these in a database, which has is neatly categorized. And what we have found is that what we see is that those kinds of summaries really speak to the programmatic folks and policy makers who want to access academic findings. So I think Agnes has posted that in the chat. Please have a look and see, and please feel free to draw on it as well. I was really pleased to see that one paper, actually, for their introduction, completely relied on that literature review summary that we have. So we are keen to promote your work, and we want to. So please get in touch when you are publishing a paper or you're in the last stages before publication. Do get in touch and let us know, and we will make sure to include it in both our as we disseminate material and as we summarize different research papers. We're also more broadly keen to promote the research agenda on forced displacement, and that can include some advocacy work. And we are launching a little, and I think I mentioned that yesterday. We want to crowdsource what you think are the most important or best examples of where research has really made a difference concretely for those forcibly displaced and their hosts. And I've asked Agnes to post a link to that poll or that survey, and please fill it in. We ask for up to three examples where you see research has made a difference, and we'll come back to that in our last session tomorrow at the end of the conference. Finally, my third point here and third link is the questionnaire that we've asked you to fill in as you register. Please do. It's a really valuable pool of information to draw from for us. So those were the three asks that I had as we begin. And without further ado, let me hand it back to you, Paddy Brook, who's a senior data scientist with the Joint Data Center, to kick us off and lead the session on impact of forced displacement. Thank you.
Very many thanks, Bjorn. So this is session 3 on the impact of forced displacement. And so I'm very pleased to introduce our speakers and our 3 papers. Just before we begin, a very brief reminder that we have 20 to 25 minutes per presentation, followed by 5 to 10 minutes for questions after each. Please do post your questions in the chat, even during the talk, so that we can line them up for the speakers for the question session at the end. Those who are listening in via YouTube Live, if you're logged into a YouTube account, you'll also be able to put your questions and comments in the chat there, and we'll bring them into this conversation. Due to some IT issues, we've had a slight rearrangement of the order, and many thanks to our second speaker for agreeing to go first. So I'm going to hand over to Carlo Lombardo to talk about trade creation and skill upgrading effect of Venezuelan forced migration on Colombian manufacturing firms. Carlo, thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Paddy. Well, hello. Hi to everyone. I am Carlo Lombardo, and I will present the paper that I wrote with Leonardo Piñarosa Pacheco. That is also my master's thesis that I did at the University of La Plata in Buenos Aires, Argentina, where we investigate the effect that the mass migration episodes of the Venezuelan exodus had on the export performance of Colombian manufacturing firms. Firstly, motivated by the fact that forced displacement is an alarming and increasing phenomenon in developing countries, where that host 85% of forcibly displaced people, and further motivated by the fact that Venezuela is the second greatest expeller of citizens in the world, and Colombia is the second greatest host of forcibly displaced people, and motivated by the particular fact of this migration episode that Venezuelans that fled to Colombia are on average more skilled than Colombian nationals, and taking the idea that skilled labor is key to export to developed nations, we explored a new dimension of forced displacement, where and investigated if the skilled migrants could allow firms to upgrade their inputs and improve their export performance. For those who are anxious in the room, our main findings we found through an IB strategy that manufacturing firms that operating in Colombian districts that were more exposed to the shock experienced a trade creation effect, which was significant only for firms that already had exporting experience, that was greater for exports to high-income countries of the OECD, both at the intensive and extensive margin, and that was larger for smaller firms. When we wondered about the mechanisms operating behind this trade creation effect, we found that the Venezuelan exodus caused a fall in wages, particularly for blue-collar workers working in exporting firms, and this ease in labor costs allowed firms to skill upgrade their labor inputs and hire workers that were more compatible to exports to high-income countries. On the other hand, we found a noisy effect on employment, as I will tell you later on. So we used three sources of data using our being our unit of observation at the plant level or firm level, and our treatment unit at the department level. Departments are Colombian districts and are similar to United States states. For displaced Venezuelans, we used data from the Colombian Household Survey. We defined Venezuelan migrants as people born in Venezuela, and we only worked with working age people because we analyzed the manufacturing sector. For exports data, we used we used administrative customs data, and we built a balanced panel of exporting plants between 2012 and 2019. And due to the fact that customs data is noisy due to both aggregation and measurement error, we worked with relatively large exporters, plants that exported more than $50,000 each year of our sample. However, on the robustness section, we eased the threshold, and all our results remain unchanged. Finally, for the firm's data, we use the annual manufacturing survey, which is a census of every plant with more than 10 employees in Colombia. And we also use the technological development and innovation survey, which asks about educational attainment of the worker working in Colombian companies. So we built two panels. When working with firms' outcomes such as wages and employment, we use a balanced panel of plants between 2012 and 2019. And when working with the skill upgrading part, we use the balanced panel of companies between 2012 and 2019 because the edit only has information at the companies level, but we worked only with single plant companies as to make the second panel comparable with the first panel. For our empirical strategy, we ran a fixed effects regression where our outcome variable is at the firm level and our outcomes such as exported value or average wage. Our main variable of interest is the share of displaced persons relative to the 2012 working age population. We use 2012 variables to have data before the exodus, and we ran our regressions between 2013 and 2019. We have some departmental controls, which are the real exchange rate, the share of skilled workers, and the departmental GDP per capita for the year 2000 interacted with annual dummies to flexibly control for systematic differences in the departments before the exodus. We also have an interaction term between the pre-shock firm variable, and annual dummies, where the pre-shock firm variable for the exports analysis are the exports in 2012, and the pre-shock variable for the firms analysis are the sales in 2012. And this allows us to control for pre-existing differences in firms across Colombian departments. And we also finally added firm fixed effects, region year fixed effects, and industry year fixed effects, and we cluster our standard errors at the department year level. And basically what we do here is to compare plants in different Colombian departments with different levels of exposure to the Venezuelan migration. However, as Venezuelans could choose their departments of arrival, and for example, they could go to more prosperous Colombian departments, and thus this could cause a positive bias in our estimates. We took advantage of the enclave pattern of the Venezuelan migration and built an IB strategy. After a crisis between the Colombian and Venezuelan governments in 2016, borders between both countries were reopened, allowing thousands of Venezuelans to enter into Colombia, and due to the forced nature of their migration, they settled in Colombian departments that are closer to the border with Venezuela. So this enclave pattern allowed us to build an IB strategy where we interacted the stock of Venezuelans living in Colombia in each year with the inverse of the driving distance between each Colombian department and Venezuelan state, weighted with the share of Venezuelans living in each Venezuelan state according to the 1990 census. So this instrument intuitively will predict that there will be more Venezuelans in Colombian states that are closer to Venezuela in Colombian departments that are closer to Venezuelan states with higher historical population density. In all our regressions, our first stage is positive and significant at the 1% level. So, with respect to the results, we found that the Venezuelan exodus had no effect on the probability of exporting. However, when estimating the probability of exporting conditional on having exported in the previous year, we found that a 1 percentage point increase in the share of the Venezuelans relative to the local labor force increased by 0.8 percentage points the probability of exporting. This finding is consistent with the sudden nature of the Venezuelan exodus that only allowed firms that already had exporting experience to take advantage of the shock of the migration episode. So from now onwards, we only work with a panel of firms that exported systematically every year of our sample between 2012 and 2019. When analyzing the heterogeneous effect on the probability of exporting, we find that the Venezuelan exodus had a positive effect on the exports to OECD high-income countries and to low-income countries. On the other hand, when analyzing the intensive margin, we found that an increase in 1 percentage point in the share of Venezuelan migrants relative to the departmental labor force increased by 11.2% the exported value of Colombian manufacturing plants. When analyzing the heterogeneous effect on the exported value, we found that this increase in exported value was concentrated in exports to high-income countries and to high-income OECD to high-income OECD countries, and this effect seems to stem from an increase of 28.3% in the value of exports to North American countries. Finally, we found that the trade creation effect was greater for plants that exported less in 2012, previously to the exodus. This finding is consistent with the fact that most Venezuelan migrants found work in the informal sector between 2018, and those plants that are able to hire informal workers are those plants that are smaller. So it seems that the trade creation effect was mostly taken advantage by the plants that were smaller. When we wonder about the mechanisms operating behind the trade creation effect, we found that the Venezuelan exodus had no impact on the overall average wages of plants. However, using an exports dummy in 2012, previously to the exodus, we could tell apart the effect of the Venezuela migration between non-exporting plants and exporting plants. And we found that a 1 percentage point increase in the share of Venezuelan workers relative to the local labor force decreased by 0.6% the average wages in exporting plants in our sample period. And furthermore, we found that this decrease in wages stems from a decrease in wages in blue-collar workers working in exporting plants. So it seems that the Venezuelan migration might have eased labor costs for exporting plants through a decrease of 0.7% in the 0.7% in the average wages in plants that exported before 2000 before the exodus. So this ease in labor costs allow firms to skill upgrade their labor input. A 1 percentage point increase in the share of Venezuelan workers increased by 1.2 percentage points the share of higher level degrees white collar worker. More particularly, increase the share of white collar workers in plants will, in companies with more than a university degree. And this seems to have happened both in non-exporting and in exporting plants. And for blue-collar workers, the Venezuelan migration increased the share of blue-collar workers in exporting plants, in exporting companies, with more than high school with a high school degree relative to workers that have no degree at all, a primary degree or a high school degree by 1 percentage point. On the other hand, we found a noisy effect on employment. Although we found a decrease in employment that seems to stem from a decrease in employment in exporting plants, we could not tell apart if this effect came from a decrease in employment in white-collar workers or in blue-collar workers. So, consistent with the literature analyzing the labor market effects of the Venezuelan exodus, that found that the effect of the Venezuelan exodus was mostly concentrated on wages and rather than on employment, we found a noisy and negligible effect in employment. Finally, we found that the more labor intensive the industry in which the firm produced, the greater the effect of the Venezuelan migration on the exported value. So, consistent with the mechanism proposed in our paper, it seems that those plants that had a greater labor intensive, that worked in a more labor intensive industry, that workers that worked in that plants that were in a more labor intensive industry could take more advantage of the Venezuelan exodus and export more, and this is consistent with the mechanism proposed, where labor costs would have been eased, and this would have allowed plants to skill upgrade their labor inputs. Finally, we performed some robustness checks and checks to potential threats to identification. We changed our IB with our 7 versions of it. Basically, what we did is to change the way we measure the driving distance. We measure the driving alternatively. We measure the driving distance with Google Maps. Also, we changed the way in the share part of the instrument, and instead of using the share of Venezuelans in each Venezuelan state, we used the share of Colombians in each Venezuelan state to give our IB a slightly different intuition where networks of Colombians would have been the reason why they would have Venezuelans would have fled to to certain Colombian departments. And finally, we used another instrument typically used by the literature, a shift share instrument originally proposed by CART, and all our trade creation results remained unchanged. On the other hand, we excluded the main manufacturing departments so as to test if our results were driven by some of these departments, and all of our results, trade creation results, remain unchanged. We also relaxed the firm's export threshold up to $10,000 of exports each year, and all our trade creation results remain unchanged. And also, our trade creation results hold when collapsing all our variables at the departmental level. On the other hand, our empirical strategy is valid, and our results hold after including a pre-Exodus trade control with Venezuela to test if there were a disproportionate impact of the Venezuelan crisis on certain bordering Colombian departments. Our results also hold when including controls for those trading partners that signed free trade agreements within the analyzed period with Colombia. And finally, we tested if the share part of our instrument had parallel trends as suggested by Goldsmith, Pinkham, and co-authors in 2020. And we found that the distant shares to the most populous Venezuelan states, they do not predict higher exports or other firms' outcomes in the years previous to the exodus, thus validating our instrumental variables approach as suggested by this paper I just mentioned. So, to conclude, we found evidence consistent with firms hiring workers that were more compatible with exports to developed nations due to lower labor costs caused by the Venezuelan exodus. And the mechanisms proposed in our paper are new to the literature and reconcile the labor market effect found by other papers with the trade creation effect found in our paper in a context of forced migration. And I hope I have used my time properly, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Carlo. That's a really, really fascinating combination of different data sources there, and very clearly and well explained. Please do put your questions in the chat if you'd like to ask anything to Carlo. I was very interested in the skill upgrading result that you showed, and apologies if this comes from a place of not having understood the details, but you showed a result whereby the proportion was higher of people with higher degrees when there was a higher proportion of migrants, and also that when the proportion of migrants were higher, the labour cost was lower. Were those in different types of firms? And if not, is it possible to show that there's a different people in the sample, i.e. you're not getting higher degrees for a lower labour cost, but rather you've got different groups of people? Or are you able to look at the same individuals contributing to those different effects? Thanks.
Yes. I can explain a little further this result. Yes, firstly, what we did was, I think you understood it properly. On the one hand, we merged the annual manufacturing survey with the other survey, which is called the EDIT, in order to have information about the educational attainment. And although these both surveys are not the same survey, we analyzed the correlation between white-collar workers and skilled workers, and the correlation was practically 1, and also the correlation between blue-collar workers and unskilled workers, and the correlation was practically 1. And so we could analyze. The only thing we could analyze with the data we had is the share of, for example, for blue-collar workers, the share of workers that had a high school degree in relation to all workers to all blue-collar workers, which are the workers that had no degree at all, that had a primary degree or had a high school degree. So I think that although we could not dig deeper into different types of workers or their particular skills or the tasks they performed at their labor place, I think the evidence is suggestive of the skill upgrading effect. I don't know, yeah, if I answered properly your question or I.
That's perfect. Thanks. It's good to know about those separate surveys, and I look forward to digging into the detail in the paper. I don't see any other questions coming in on the chat, but if people would like to engage with Carlo and his co-authors on this work, the paper is available on the JDC website.
Okay. So shall I stop sharing?
There was just a question coming in now, Carlo.
Okay.
I see that Paddy lost his connection temporarily, but it's a comment from Dani Bahar. You may read it.
Yes. Let me see. Sorry. Oof. Using this and our previous migrant. I don't know. Yes, the question of Danny is about the exclusion restriction in the IB, and I think that I've read it very quickly, but about the systematical differences that might appear in the in the Colombian bordering departments with Venezuela. Yes, we tested on the one hand, and on our specification, we used the district GDP per capita for the year 2000, interacted with another dummies to see if there were some systematic differences in Colombian department previously to the Exodus, and also on the robustness section, we tested if we included a pre-Exodus trade control with Venezuela to test if there were a disproportionate impact in bordering departments in Colombian bordering departments of the Venezuelan crisis, and if this impact could have affected disproportionately these departments and could have had a differential effect or a biasing effect in our estimates. And all our results, as you can see, we only tested the trade creation effect results, but the total exported value on the export to high income and OECD high income and North American countries remained unchanged. And finally, we also tested here for the Goldsmith-Pinkham critique to Bartik type instruments, and we tested if the share part, the share part of the instrument, which is a part that might be correlated with this critique that you say about the IB restriction. We tested if there were parallel trends in the share part of our IB before the Exodus, and there were no parallel trends, so there seems to be no systematic differences in departments, in Colombian departments that our IB is correlated with. I don't know if I answered your question, but I think that although this question is not answerable, I mean, we did a lot of work to try to avoid this problem.
Thank you, Carlo, for answering that. Paddy, are you back online?
I am. Thank you very much, Charlotte. Apologies, everybody, for dropping off there. I can't see the chat because I just reconnected, but I will suggest that we move on unless there are any other very pressing questions. And if people would like to get in touch with Carlo, a copy of the paper is up on the JDC website. Thank you very much indeed, Carlo, for participating in the session, and looking forward to carrying on our engagement.
For the questions.
Thanks. And now we'd like to move on to the presentation of our second paper, which was originally on the schedule as the first one. Welcome to Ana Maria Maida, who's going to talk to us about refugees and foreign direct investment, quasi-experimental evidence from US resettlements. Anna Maria, thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Patty. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can, thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. So today I'm going to present a paper on the impact of refugees on foreign direct investment from the country of destination of refugees to the country of origin of refugees. And I'm going to focus on the United States, and I'm going to focus on refugees resettled to the United States. This is joint work with Chris Parsons, Han Pham, and Pierre-Louis Vézina. Let me start with an anecdote that gives you an intuition about the topic of this paper. Let me tell you about David Tai, who fled by boat Saigon in 1975 after the end of the Vietnam War. And he went to Seattle at age 6, where he witnessed Starbucks' success. Afterwards, as an adult, he established Highlands Coffee in 1998 in Vietnam. This was the first Viet Kieu investment in Vietnam. As of 2009, the company operated 80 coffee shops in 6 cities and provinces across Vietnam. And eventually in 2012, David Tai sold 50% shares to Jollibee for $25 million US. So basically what we are doing in this paper is to extend the anecdote that I just told you about by looking at the impact of refugees on FDI flows from the United States, in particular from the commuting zone where refugees were resettled, to refugees' countries of origin. And this is an important channel because foreign direct investment has been found to be very important for growth. Yet, it's an unexplored channel. There is not systematic evidence in the literature about this channel. And our paper contributes by providing evidence both across countries, because we have a data set that covers the universe of refugees resettled in the United States between 1990 and year 2000 from any country in the world. And then I will also show you some results of a case study focusing on Vietnam. So why is foreign direct investment important? Foreign direct investment is an essential ingredient for economic development and for long-lasting stable relationships between origin and destination countries. There's also evidence that technology diffusion that takes place through foreign direct investment contributes to productivity and economic growth even more than domestic investment. And importantly, foreign direct investment is less likely to experience capital reversals. So let me tell you what we do. In the first part of the paper, we use this data set that covers all refugees resettled to the United States between 1990 and 2000. And this is a highly confidential data that we aggregate up to the commuting zone country of origin level. And so we can exploit this variation and we can look at the impact of 1990-2000 refugee inflows on 2005-2015 FDI flows from the US commuting zone where refugees were resettled back to their origin countries. In the second part of the paper, we look at a case study, which is the study of Vietnam right after the Vietnam War. Okay, so let me get into the details of the paper. Let me tell you, the most important empirical challenge that we face in this type of study is the fact that refugees within a given destination country can locate according to clearly labor market variables of that location. So there is endogeneity of refugees' location. And what we do in this paper is to develop a clean identification strategy, which is aimed at estimating the causal effect. So in the first part of the paper, we will exploit exogenous variation in the initial placement of refugees by US resettlement agencies, and we focus on the subsample of refugees without US ties. As I will claim later on, these refugees without US ties were quasi-randomly distributed across the United States. Next, we focus on Vietnam, and there we explore the natural experiment of the quasi-random dispersion of Vietnamese boat people during the first wave of arrival of Vietnamese boat people in 1975. Okay, let me give you a preview of the main results that we find. We do find the refugee inflows to a commuting zone significantly increase FDI to their country of origin. We find evidence that a 10% increase in refugees increases outward FDI flows by 0.54%, FDI projects by 0.24%, and FDI jobs by 0.72%. These magnitudes may seem small, but they are actually larger than the magnitudes that have been found in the related literature on the impact of economic migrants on outward FDI flows from destination to origin countries of migrants. We also find that there is substantial heterogeneity across countries of origin in terms of the impact of refugees on FDI flows. We find that the positive impact is even bigger for countries from the former Soviet Union, former Yugoslavia, and Vietnam. And when we go to our case study, looking at the specific case of Vietnam, we confirm these results, and we can also analyze the impact that laws passed by the Vietnamese government had on the effect of refugees on foreign direct investment. There is a large literature which is related to this paper. First, a few papers analyze the channels through which globalization in terms of migration flows, refugee flows, trade and foreign direct investment interacts in all its dimensions. And the channels through which migrants and refugees foster foreign direct investment are quite similar to the channels through which they can affect trade flows. So what the literature has found is that refugees or migrants and foreign direct investment or trade can be either substitutes or complements. So some evidence about substitutability is in the paper by Kugler and Rappaport, as well as in the paper by Glennon. The paper by Glennon finds that H-1B visa restrictions lead to increased foreign affiliate activity by US multinational corporations. But there is also a lot of evidence that refugees and foreign direct investment can be complementary to each other. And this is because FDI flows are highly sensitive to information frictions, and they are also sensitive to the fact that contract enforcement may not be perfect in the destination country. And from that point of view, refugees can help because turns out, based on our analysis, the refugees keep strong ties with family and friends back home. And so they can relax these information frictions, and they can help in terms of contract enforcement. And evidence consistent with this complementary relationship between refugees, migrants, and FDI flows is in the paper by Javorbich et al. And Bucarte et al. Both these papers look at the impact of migrants, while what we do in this paper, in our paper, is to look at refugees, which of course are a very different subset of people in the world. Okay, let me start by talking about the data that we use in the first part of the paper. This is very nice data from the US Department of State. So the US Department of State is responsible for first processing refugees prior to their arrival. Next, welcoming them in their initial placement. And what the State Department does is to enter into agreement with various resettlement agencies for reception and placement services. And these resettlement agencies take care of refugees in the first 3 months of refugees' arrival. The data is highly confidential. It is at the individual level, and it is from the RAP system, which is managed by the Bureau of Population, Refugee and Migration. The data provides information on the year of arrival of refugees, the city and state of placement within the United States, the country of origin, the type of refugee. So I worked on this data when I worked at the US State Department. And this data set covers, importantly, the entire universe of refugees. So there is no sampling error in this data. Let me show you a picture that gives you information about the pattern of refugee arrivals to the United States from different regions in the world. And what we do in this figure is to divide up refugees between those with ties and those without ties. Refugees without ties are those with family and friends in the United States. So resettlement agencies place these refugees close to their family and friends. Refugees without ties don't have family and friends in the United States. So resettlement agencies decide where to locate them. Refugees themselves don't decide where to go. And it is variation in the second portion of refugees that we exploit to estimate the causal effect of refugees. This is a table that shows you information about the main countries of origin of refugees. The top source is Vietnam, followed by Russia, Ukraine, Iraq, Myanmar, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And this is for the period that we analyzed between 1990 and 2000. Next, we merged the refugee data with FDI data from FDI Markets, which is the research arm of the Financial Times Group. And this is very nice data because it is data at the project level on all individual cross-border greenfield investment projects since 2003. And we can decompose, we can look at this information decomposed into the extensive and intensive margin. So we know the value of FDI flows, we know the number of projects, and we also know the estimated number of jobs created by each project. And importantly, this data focuses on new physical projects or expansion of an existing investment. So this data does not include mergers and acquisitions. They only include investment that lead to a new physical operation. So what we do is to merge the foreign direct investment data with the refugee data, and we aggregate both up to the commuting zone of destination of the refugee and the country of origin of refugees. Let me now talk in more detail about the main empirical challenge that we face, which is endogeneity in the location of refugees within the United States across commuting zones. There are two main threats to identification of a causal effect. The first threat is individual sorting of refugees into commuting zones. The second threat is the fact that resettlement agencies might carry out strategic placement of refugees across commuting zones. So let me start with the first threat. What does sorting at the individual level mean? It means that if refugees are free to choose where they can locate, they're likely to go to locations with strong labor markets, where FDI flows may be already high. So there might be a reverse causality problem. So it might be that it is the fact that FDI flows from a given country of origin or overall are high in a commuting zone that attracts refugees to go there. And as I said, though, what we can do is to exploit the differentiation in our data between refugees with and without ties. Refugees without ties do not choose where they live upon arrival. They do not decide where they go when they arrive. Their arrival location is decided by resettlement agencies. So basically, we exploit variation in the location decision of individuals who cannot choose where to locate. And what we do is to exploit variation in the initial placement of refugees without US ties, because we don't want to capture the endogeneity in the decision to relocate by these refugees. Now, you may worry that refugees after their initial placement might move so much that the variation that we exploit in the initial placement may not capture much. But actually, refugees have an incentive to remain in the location where they're placed by the resettlement agency, because otherwise they would lose assistance from the agency. And we calculate that the fraction of refugees without US ties who move to another location within the 3-month period is a small 7.4%. Okay. Next, let me talk about strategic placement by resettlement agencies. So once we have addressed the issue that refugees might sort into commuting zones, and by exploiting the variation refugee without ties, we are not concerned about that first part of endogeneity, we now consider the possibility that resettlement agencies might be strategic in their placement of refugees. So resettlement agencies may place refugees in a given location according to the strength of the labor market in that location. And again, according to opportunities in the labor market that might be related to foreign direct investment. So again, there might be a reverse causality problem, there might be an endogeneity problem. So first of all, what we do is to introduce commuting zone fixed effects and country of origin fixed effects, which are standard multilateral resistance terms in a gravity model, which is the model that we will use. The commuting zone fixed effects account for the fact that a given commuting zone might have, in general, a higher propensity, for example, to invest abroad. And country of origin fixed effects control for the fact that a given country of origin, again, may be more likely to receive foreign direct investment from the United States. And next, what we do is to account for the fact that there is one piece of information that resettlement agencies take potentially into account when they decide where to place refugees. And this piece of information is the size of the community of connationals of refugees. So the number of migrants in that commuting zone from the same country of origin of refugees. Resettlement agencies take into account how large this community is, because immigrants from the same country of origin may provide help to refugees who just arrived. And the potential problem in terms of estimating a causal effect is that, again, this variable might cause or might be correlative with foreign direct investment flows, and it might be a related variable that creates a bias in our estimation. So what do we do? What we do is to first control for the number of economic migrants from the same country of origin and in the same commuting zone as refugees. And we do so by also using the measure of ancestry, which was constructed by Cardi et al. Next, what we do is to look at commuting zones where there are no migrants, economic migrants from the same country of origin as refugees. So by looking at this subset of commuting zones, by construction, there cannot be such a related variable bias. And finally, what we do is also to control, not for the stock of economic migrants, which is the size of the community that I was talking about, but for the flow of economic migrants between 1990 and 2000. And the reason we do so is that the number of economic migrants that arrive in the same commuting zone from the same country of origin proxies all those factors that drive workers of a given nationality to go to that commuting zone. So we account for all those commuting zone country of origin specific drivers that might lead a given resettlement agency to place refugees in a given location from a given commuting zone. So we end up estimating a structural gravity model where we regress foreign direct investment flows between 2005 and 2015 on the number of refugees in the same commuting zone from the same country of origin, and we instrument the total number of refugees with refugees without ties. We also apply the inverse hyperbolic sign transformation as opposed to logs to keep zero values. First of all, our first stage of the instrument is quite strong. Let me show you some of the results. So as I was saying, we have a baseline result that we confirm by running robustness checks, where we look only at commuting zones with no migrants in 1990. We also confirm our result when we control for migrant inflows between 1990 and 2000. We also control for the size of the community of connationals in the same commuting zone by using the number of economic migrants or by using the ancestry measure by Bucardi et al. In all these results, the baseline result and the robustness checks, what we find is a positive and significant impact of refugees who arrive to the United States from a given country on outward foreign direct investment flows back to the country of origin. By construction, we are looking at an effect that takes place 50 years later. And the reason is that it takes time for refugees to assimilate in the United States, and also conditions back in the country of origin of refugees need time to go back to a normal situation, and so that's why we are looking at these effects with a lag. And actually, we find evidence that the conditions in the origin country of refugees matter. And so what we find is that the positive impact of refugees on FDI flows are more positive in countries of origin where the average political stability between 2005 and 2015 is higher. And we, on the other hand, find that the impact of refugees on foreign direct investment flows is smaller and potentially zero in origin countries where there is a lot of political instability. And there is a lot of uncertainty around political conditions. We also run additional regressions where we look at the source countries of refugees one by one, and we find that, as I mentioned at the beginning, that the strongest effects are for countries in the ex-Soviet Union, in former Yugoslavia, and also Vietnam, which is the case study that I turn to next. You told me how much time I have left.
If it's possible to do it in 2 minutes, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
So in this case study, what we do is to exploit variation in the first wave of Vietnamese refugees right after the Vietnam War. My co-authors, Chris Parsons and Pierre-Louis Vezina, have a companion paper that was published in the Economic Journal where they look at the impact of Vietnamese refugees on trade flows from the United States back to Vietnam. And they make a strong case for the exogeneity of the allocation of the first wave of Vietnamese refugees across the United States. In that paper, they look at the variation across states. In this paper, we look at the variation across community zones. What we do as well is to examine the role of policies aiming to harness overseas diaspora for development of origin countries. And here are some pictures. I'm not going to go through the details of the dispersion policy, but we go through the details in the paper, and what we show is that because of both political reasons and practical reasons, these refugees were quasi-randomly dispersed. This is the variation that we use to instrument for the number of Vietnamese refugees arrivals after 1975 until 1994. And what we find, which you can show in this, you can see in this figure, is that refugee arrivals from Vietnam between 1975 and 1994 had a positive impact on FDI outflows to South Vietnam, where we also find evidence of a diversion effect. So we find evidence of actually a negative effect on North Vietnam. And finally, we also find the laws passed by the Vietnamese government in 2005 and 2008 have a positive impact, and this positive impact is larger, the larger is the number of refugees. So these figures show you the positive impact of these laws, which becomes bigger the higher is the number of refugees from a given in a given community zone. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. And I'm going to stop sharing.
Thank you very much indeed for presenting such a great overview, and especially appreciate you going through that case study fast at the end there. There's a question in the chat about the first part of the presentation relating to how the ties are demonstrated and whether this is based on answers by the refugees or whether they're validated through another data source. Thanks.
So we use data at the individual level where refugees provide information on whether they have family and friends or not. Of course, they have an incentive to give that information, because to the extent that they give that information, the resettlement agencies will place them close to family and friends. On the other hand, if they don't declare any connections in the United States, they are placed by resettlement agencies, and they lose contact. They are not able to locate close to their family and friends.
Great. Thank you very much for that answer. A follow-up question in the chat, which is, could they declare fake connections to influence that location?
So they potentially could. At the same time, it is true that refugees that are resettled in the United States go through a very stringent vetting process, a security clearance. And if you have ever done a security clearance to work in the US government, which is similar to the security clearance that is done by refugees, you know that they will ask for a lot of information and they will check that information. So it is really hard for refugees to lie on this type of information, because they have to undergo a lot of screening and a lot of questions. And of course, they risk not getting the refugee status if they lie.
Great. Thank you very much. That's all very clear. Much appreciated. And if anyone would like to engage further with Anna Maria, there's a version of the paper on the JDC website. Anna Maria, thank you very much indeed for joining us, and I hope you continue to engage with us on this work.
Thank you.
And now we're going to move on to the final paper of this session on the impact of forced displacement. And I'd like to invite Anna Maria Tribin, to talk to us about immigration and violent crime, evidence for the Colombia-Venezuela border. Over to you, Ana Maria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, can you see the presentation?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, perfect. So, hi, my name is Ana Maria Tibin. I want to talk about my work with Brian Knight on immigration and crime. This paper investigates the link between violent crime and immigration using data from Colombian municipalities during the recent episode of immigration from Venezuela. There is a long history of xenophobia and fear of immigrants around the world. This paper tries to debunk myths about association between migration and crime before and after a massive migration wave such the one from Venezuela. We want to understand what is really happening and find out if there is evidence for this association. In Colombia, this wave has led to anti-migrant perceptions and a backlash among natives. For example, a national survey found that 62% of respondents had a negative perception of Venezuelan migrants, and 54% of respondents were in favor of closing the border. Moreover, an Oxfam survey shows that 74% of Colombians believe that immigration increases crime and insecurity. Sorry. So in this paper, we systematically address these issues using data on crimes in Colombian municipalities. We want to answer two specific research questions. The first one is, has the recent immigration wave from Venezuela led to an increase in violent crime in affected regions in Colombia? And if so, if this increase primarily involved crimes against natives or crimes against migrants? While xenophobia around criminal activity involves perception of more crimes committed by immigrants against natives, there is evidence that immigrants themselves are at a bigger risk for victimization. The existing literature on immigration and crime has lacked the nationality data necessary to understand which of these views are correct. So we want to know do increases in crimes in areas with more migrants primarily involve crimes committed against natives or crimes committed against migrants? To answer these two questions, we use multi-panel data on homicides in Colombian municipalities between 2010 and 2019. This data includes information of the nationality of the victim. For this analysis, we exploit both the temporal and geographic variation. I will explain this deeper in a few slides, but the temporal variation involves a shock that triggers mass migration, and geographic variation is the distance from the frontier. So let me talk a bit about the context. Venezuela has experienced an economic and political crisis during the past decade, and especially so during the time period following the death of President Hugo Chavez, which occurred in 2013. Chavez was replaced by his vice president, Nicolás Maduro. The presidency of Nicolás Maduro has been characterized by political and economic turmoil. Declines in oil prices, among other factors, contributed towards an economic depression and periods of hyperinflation. One of the key moments in the relation between Venezuela and Colombia is the closing of the border with Colombia by Maduro in August 2015, that was then reopened in August 2016. This event led to a massive migration wave that was accelerated in 2017 and peaked in 2018. The Colombian government has managed this challenging situation by providing timely border assistance, relaxing entry requirements, granting temporary permits, and ensuring universal emergency care. By the end of 2019, an estimate of 4 million Venezuelans had left the country, with nearly half settling in Colombia. As I mentioned, we exploit both temporary and geographic variation. Our temporary variation involves the closing of the frontier in August 2015 and the subsequent reopening in August 2016. The geographic variation involves comparing municipality closer to and further from 5 key border crossing points along the border between Colombia and Venezuela. Let's talk about the temporal variation. As shown in this figure, the closing from 2015 to 2016 led to a substantial decline in the border crossing over this period. You can see it here in the graph. Relative to the prior years from 2012 to mid-2015. Likewise, there was a large increase, a big jump the next years after the reopening of 2016. So we can see that we have this peak in 2018. With roughly 100,000 crossings per month at this peak here. So these spikes coincide with the economic turmoil as represented by hyperinflation. This is a graph of inflation, and we can see that according to official government figures, also we have a peak in inflation between 2018 and the beginning of 2019. Regarding the geographic variation, Colombia and Venezuela share a land border of nearly 1,400 miles, and we focus our research on the location of the 5 key border crossing points. This is a picture of the massive migration in one of the crossing points, that is Cúcuta. In this figure, we have data of migration through each crossing point during official, using this official border crossing data. As you can see, Cúcuta is the location with the most crossing. And the picture was from this point. It is located on the Simón Bolívar International Bridge, which links the key highways originating in Caracas, the largest city in Venezuela, to the key highways that ultimately led to Bogotá, the largest city in Colombia. And Maicao here is the location with the second most crossings. Here, this map plots the deciles of the percentage point change in the fraction born in Venezuela between 2005 and 2019 using the census that are available. Overall, there is an increase in the fraction of the population that was born in Venezuela. The largest increase are clustered near the land border with Venezuela, with especially large increases in the areas close to the 5 key border crossings that are these points in blue. You can see that here we have a bigger increase in the population from Venezuela. So for this analysis, we estimate the following regression. Here, H represents the homicide rate in municipality M during the month T. We focus on homicides because it is a measure that does not suffer from self-reporting problem and is not subject to important changes in methodology in crime reporting that occur over the past few years. We have time fixed effects and municipality fixed effects. After here indicates the time period following the reopening of the border in August 2016. The natural log of distance represents the travel distance between the municipality and the closest border crossing. So we hypothesize that beta here is going to be negative. This is more homicides after the mass migration near the frontier. So we are working now in a new version using closeness to the entry points instead of the distance to make it more straightforward. Or here we have the results. And as shown in column 1 of this table, we find the hypothesized negative coefficient on the interaction between distance and the indicator for the time period following the reopening of the border. And this relationship is statistically significant. That is, municipalities close to the border experience an increase in crime relative to municipalities further from the border, following the reopening of the border relative to the prior period. To make it shorter, is more homicides near the frontier after the influx of immigrants. Then we decompose the change in homicide rate according to the nationality of the victim. So as shown, while there's a negative coefficient for Colombian victims, it is not significant. Well, we can see a negative sign in the interaction term for Venezuelan victims, and is significant. This negative sign of the interaction for Venezuelan victims is not surprising, given that the large increase in the sheer number of Venezuelans living close to the border. But it represents almost 1/2 of the total result, so we think it's a big magnitude. There is no effect for victims from other countries, and we also find a negative and statistically significant coefficient for victims whom the police did not record nationality. We don't have formal evidence on this point, but we think that many of these victims with missing nationality lack identification cards, and maybe they were undocumented migrants from Venezuela. For this measure of the rate of homicides, we use the total population in the municipality as the denominator. But in a new version, we are included the number of Venezuelans for the Venezuelan victims and the number of Colombians instead of the total population to measure the homicide rate for Colombians and Venezuela. And we have similar results. So this figure displays the key coefficients and the corresponding confidence intervals. And here for the total victims, there are no statistically significant changes in the roll of distance during the time period from 2011 to 2016 relative to the baseline year, that is 2010. We have a negative and statistically significant effect that start to emerge in 2017, that is the first full year following the reopening of the border in August 2016. The documented negative relationship between distance and the homicide rate is strongest in 2018, where the migration was at its highest peak. In summary, the timing of the change in the homicide rates corresponds to the timing of the border opening and subsequent arrival of migrants from Venezuela. When focusing on Colombian victims, as we shown here, there is no evidence of a statistical significant relationship between the distance and homicide rates relative to the baseline year of 2010. And in this case, for all the years, both before and after the closing of the border, 2016, we don't see any effect. Therefore, documented relationship between distance and homicide rates are not driven by Colombian victims. When looking at the results of homicides for victims from Venezuela, we documented a lack of pre-trends prior to 2016, but a strong relationship between distance and homicide rates beginning in the year after the border reopened. And again, peaking in 2018 here, the year with the most migrants arriving from Venezuela. So it seems that crime increased with migration, but the victims are the migrants. While our baseline measure of geography assumes a linear relationship between the homicide rate and log distance, we next investigate more fully the geographic pattern underlying these results. In particular, we estimate a regression model in which the effects of the border reopening in August 2016 are measured separated for 100-mile distance bins. So we have all these bins, these 8 bins. So as shown here, the only positive and statistically significant increase in the homicides following the reopening of the border in August 2016 is for the municipalities very close to the border, those within 100 miles. This is consistent with the documented strong clustering of migrants very close to the 5 border crossing points between Venezuela and Colombia. Here we show the same thing for Colombian victims, and we can see that the Colombian victims do not drive the relationship between the distance to the frontier, the opening of the border, and homicides. Now, for Venezuelan victims, by contrast, there is a very sharp increase in homicides close to the border. So we have this effect here in the first bin, that is 100. Mile distance here. So our baseline temporal measure is based upon an indicator of the reopening of the border in August 2016. But one could think that the trigger of the diaspora was the economic turmoil. So we next developed an alternative measure based on the inflation rate in Venezuela. As we saw earlier, the month-by-month inflation rises during this period and peak in 2008 and early 2019. So as shown in the table, the results are similar to those using the opening of the frontier. Other robustness check that we carry on was for the fact that the number of crossings in the official data are driven in part by the 2 key border crossing points, Maicao and Cucuta. So we decided just to use Maicao and Cucuta in this regression, and we only have the minimum distance to one of either of these. And we also have consistent results. The other robustness check is based on a measure of travel times rather than travel distance, and is also consistent with our results. Sorry. Finally, to better understand how these homicide cases are resolved by authorities, we next analyze data on geographic and temporal pattern of arrest for homicides. These data do not include information on the nationality of the victim, but do include information on the nationality of the individual arrested for the crime. And here we don't have any missing nationalities for this data. While we cannot directly link these arrest incidence data to the crime incidence data, we do aggregate them in a similar manner at the level of municipality and month. Here we can see the results for the using the arrest data, and we find no statistical significant change in the relationship between distance and arrest rates following the reopening of the border in August 2016. And we find evidence of an increase in arrests of Venezuelans close to the border, but the magnitude is not the magnitude we were expecting. So not that we were expecting a magnitude that could explain all the homicides. So the results on homicides and arrests for homicides suggest that these homicides close to the border have occurred without a corresponding increase in arrests, suggesting that some of these crimes go unsolved. So, summarizing our empirical analysis documents an increase in homicides in Colombia in the municipalities close to the Venezuelan border, following the closing and then the reopening of the border. Important, these homicides are driven by crimes against Venezuelans, migrants, rather than Colombian natives. We find not corresponding increase in arrests for homicides. While we lack definitive evidence in the exact mechanism underlying the results, we found some possible contributing factors. So I'm going to mention some of them. First, the route from Venezuela to Colombia often involves passing through dangerous territory, making migrants more likely to interact with violent actors. The second is that the irregular situation of migrants means that they disproportionately work high-risk jobs and might therefore be more exposed to violence. The increase in migration among the undocumented makes them more vulnerable to exploitation, extortion, trafficking, sexual abuse, and violence. The third one is that the competition among migrants for jobs in the informal sector can exacerbate economic motivated violence. And finally, the rapid diaspora has exacerbated xenophobic perceptions about migrants, potentially leading to an increase in violence by natives against migrants. We are currently exploring some of these mechanisms. So in our next version, we will have some idea that what is happening behind all this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that very clear presentation. There are a few messages in the chat. Anna Maria has asked a couple, but isn't able to come onto microphone now, so I'll just relay them. The first one is about the hypothesized direction of the effect, about the relationship between immigrants and crime being ambiguous. So you were talking about the sign on your parameters of your models. You expect it to be negative when you were looking at your effects. And it's just a question about why the expectation is in that direction. Thanks.
Well, because they're thinking about this association and this perception that the crime increases with migration. If it could go either way, but if that is true, it's supposed to be higher higher rates of homicides near the frontier and after the mass migration. So let me re-say that, to reframe that. We were expecting that because the perceptions, but we were exploring whether that was true or not. And that was true, but we found something interesting and different from also the perceptions that there's a lot of noise thinking about migrants as crime, as the ones that committed crimes, and natives are the victims. And here we cannot say anything about the people that commit crimes, but we can say that the victims are the migrants. So maybe the countries had to take a special attention to this group of people that are very vulnerable.
Thank you, much appreciated. And there was an additional part of the question, which was something that I also wondered about when you were talking about there being no evidence of an increase in arrests, is whether there's any information about the perpetrators of the crimes and their nationality.
We have nationality of the people that is arrested, but we don't have nationality of the victim. So we cannot match the data, but we can analyze separately arrest. And we were expecting to find any answers there about the increase in homicides, especially those homicides with Venezuelan victims. But from what we got, it seems that a lot of these homicides are not resolved by the authorities.
Great, thank you very much. There's a technical question in the chat from Carlo. Carlo, I wonder if you could come in and ask that directly, because I'm not sure I'll represent it as accurately as you could. Thanks.
I was wondering if there were a difference before and after the regularization program of 2018 in Colombia, because I think that if there is a difference, that could help you disentangle the mechanism operating behind the increasing crime. Because I think that the increasing crime could come from the forced nature of the migration episode and from the informality faced by Venezuelans before the regularization program. I'm talking about the special permit of permanence, the PEP.
Carlos, we are also exploring the relation with this regularization program, but also during this time, there were few permits. Like if you look at the data about migrants, there's a lot of migrants that are undocumented during this time. Like the majority of migrants were undocumented.
Great, thank you very much. And we have time for one more question, which I'll pull out of the chat from Olivia, who asks whether you can distinguish between Venezuelans who come with the intention to migrate and those who are pendulares and cross back and forth between the two countries without the intention to stay. Thanks.
The data we have about Venezuelans in Colombia are from the census, so those are people that live in Colombia. But because our regulation has depends on the distance and the change of time, I guess all that migration is also included there. The pendular migration has been also increasing during this period.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing your work with us. And if anyone would like to continue to engage, the paper is available on the JDC website. Thanks again, Ana Maria.
Thank you.
Just before we close this session, I'd like to thank all of the speakers again and make a couple of small announcements. First of all, please do fill in the survey and answer the poll question that Bjorn mentioned at the beginning. Agnes will very kindly put the links in the chat again. And I'd also like to make an announcement about a side conversation with a keynote speaker, Ted Miguel, later today. At 1:15 Eastern Time or 7:15 Central European Time, Oxfam Professor Ted Miguel will give a keynote on tracking refugee life outcomes, an initial view from the Syrian Refugee Life Study. And Ted's kindly offered to participate in a side conversation both 30 minutes before and 30 minutes after his intervention. And if you come along to these, you'll be able to engage directly with Ted and ask any questions you may have. You can find the connection details in the email that was shared with you in advance. And we'll post it in the chat during the day. So many thanks again to all of you for your attention, for listening, for your questions, and to our speakers for their contributions. We'll now take a short break before going on to session 4 next. All the best and thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. And welcome to the fourth session of the second conference on forced displacement. My name is Christelle Casaba, and I will be your chair for the next hour and a half. I'm the research manager at the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center. I will just give us a few more seconds to join and settle in for this second session of the day. Okay, so we are now 2 minutes past the time of our session. So I propose we begin. And welcome again to this fourth session that will focus on innovations in data collection. Now, as we all know here today, forcibly displaced people are often missing or underrepresented in official statistics or more traditional data sources. Yet information on IDPs and refugees and asylum seekers is needed to accompany them better. So the researchers who were selected for this session have demonstrated in their papers how innovative data collection methods can be used to bridge this gap. In the next hour and a half, we will hear 3 presentations on the use of survey microdata and gridded meteorological data to analyze internal displacement linked with water scarcity in Brazil, on mobile phone data to measure internal displacement linked with violence in Afghanistan, and on automated surveys over WhatsApp to survey refugees and migrants in Colombia and in the US. But first, a few words to our audience. If you're joining via WebEx, please write any question you may have in the chat, and I will select a few of them so that our panelists can respond to them at the end. But if you're joining us via YouTube, you may also write your questions in the chat section in YouTube, and we will keep monitoring this as well. Note that you have to be logged in to YouTube with your account to be able to do this. All right. So without further ado, I propose we begin with the first presentation, and I will remind our speakers to please stick to about 20 minutes for the presentations, so we have some time for questions and answers. The first topic that we will cover is about drought-induced migration in Brazil, a quantitative analysis of internal displacement from the Northeast region due to water scarcity using survey microdata and gridded meteorological data. A fascinating topic. I really look forward to your presentation. We have 2 speakers for this topic today. Guilherme Dutra, postgraduate with specialization as a candidate in data science and big data at PUC, Minas, and currently based in the Republic of Korea. And Marianne Broom, who holds a master's degree in hydroinformatics and water management and is currently based in Germany. Now, the others will tell us how they use big data from geosciences and microdata from statistical surveying methodologies to show the connection between environmental factors and internal displacement in Brazil. Over to you both.
Thank you very much, Christelle, for this introduction. Let me just share my screen with our presentation. Hopefully you're seeing it now.
Yes, we are.
Perfect. So hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Christelle, for the introduction, for the other panelists who are here, for everyone who's watching us today, and of course, to the host of this wonderful conference. And although we cannot meet in person in Bogota this time, hopefully soon we can. And this is already has been an interesting experience, albeit online. We have seen many interesting presentations today and yesterday. So I'd like to start the presentation as Christelle mentioned. We're examining drought-induced migration in Brazil. I'm Guilherme Dutra. I'm a survey and data consultant based in the Republic of Korea. And I'm joined by my colleague Mariani. Mariani, if you can say a few words about you. Mariani?
I think you are muted,
I think you're muted.
aren't you?
Oh, I think there might be some, well, then Mariani can check if it's working because we're not hearing you. Perfect. Okay, Mariani is a research engineering consultant in Germany. You're gonna hear more from her later. So our research examines the issue of internal displacement through both the big data perspective and the microdata perspective. These are our table of contents. Let's start with our starting points. Our starting point is this notorious phenomenon in Brazil of migration from northeast to the southeast that is commonly associated to drought. And there's an extensive body of literature, this literature, both research literature and also fiction literature, that connects both of these, both drought and migration, mostly to the southeast, but also to other parts of the country. So our initial idea was trying to understand, when we think about drought, the first idea comes, of course, meteorological data, big data. And when we think of migration, microdata. This is still the traditional way for measuring internal migration. And so our main starting point is, so how does this work together? So here are some images of how this is part of the imagination of the Brazilian, would say, and this connection. But the reality is that there's limited quantitative evidence, especially for the first decade of the 20th century, which is the decade we analyze, on how this connection actually is. So here are two starting points, as I mentioned. The main starting point and the main research question we have is the methodological possibilities and challenges for integrating big data and survey microdata in migration research. And I think this is a question that's in the mind of many people who work with microdata nowadays, as we know that this is this whole buzzword of big data, and we working on these traditional data collection mechanisms for in the social science that we know are still the best quality data we can have. How can we leverage this whole possibility of open big data out there? And we hope to bring a little contribution to this discussion. And in this case, specifically of the survey of the internal drought-induced migration from the northeast to the southeast region of Brazil, is a bit of a contextualization of this methodological discussion. So a little bit of a literature review. As I said, this is a really commonly perceived phenomenon that became stronger in the 60s and 70s in Brazil, from migration from the northeast to the southeast. And there has been an understanding that this changed in the 80s due to limited economic opportunities in the southeast. And now there's a trend of return migration. And the question is drought still a push factor now in the 2000s to 2015, now in the 21st century? Because this is the part that's not really well understood. And as I said as well, we have several studies, for example, have qualitative studies that investigate the role of drought in on the creation of the identity of the northeastern person. But this is extremely limited still, in the sense that we don't have a clear idea on how this is connected in more quantitative terms. And I would like to highlight two studies that use census data. And this is the part of the main use in the literature is using census data, not sample surveys, the one we use for PennAd, which takes a smaller sample, a really small sample. And these studies found an evidence for drought, but not for the period they're analyzing, using census data. So, and they analyze at the municipality level, and we analyze at the state level, which is another difference as well, that due to the nature of our big data, we ended up with the conclusion that state level would be better. And PennAd is a source of migration data. That's lots of mentions in the literature to the importance of PennAd for measuring migration. This is a survey that has been carried out since 1967 in Brazil. So you have yearly cross-sectional data, but although there are many mentions, it hasn't been used as much as it should, we believe. And so some issues that we found, methodological issues, probably is the no inclusion of the rural zones of the northern region until 2004, and also the estimates for small northeastern states, which are expected in a sample survey such as PennAd. And most of the analysis using PennAd data is mostly descriptive. So the PNAD, as I said, this is the data we use for the microdata side. We use from 2001 to 2015. It's yearly data. So there are several cross sections that we pulled to analyze it as a whole, and it measures several characteristics. And good for us, it included a migration module. This PNAD has been replaced for something called PNAD continuous. So this is important to highlight that nowadays the PNAD is different. It's a panel survey, panel design that collects data quarterly. So it's incomparable to this one that was used before, this PNAD, but we use because this is the only one we have for this decade. That's the decade of interest. And it's organized in 36 strata. It works that it has strata specifically for the metropolitan regions, and then it creates strata for the states and for the states not metropolitan region. And for the metropolitan region strata, it uses 2-stage sampling. For the strata, 3-stage sampling. Gladly, the R survey package takes care of the most part of our complex survey design, and that's what we use for the estimates we're going to see today. It surveys approximately 150,000 households every year. It's surveyed. So the criteria for estimating migration, the PNAD uses the standard criteria for estimating migration in the population surveys, which is a fixed date 5 years before the reference period. This is a common methodological guideline. And migrant defined as the individual older than 5 years old who was living in a UF or state. It's the same in Brazil, different from the current state of residence 5 years before the reference period. So it allows us, if you see there, number one, it allows us to measure how many people migrated during a 5-year period. This is the common use for this PNAD data in the literature, is having 5 years, 5 years, 5 years, 5 years. So it's aggregated at 5 years. And these point estimates are the ones that are the best point estimates you can get from PNAD on migration. There's another way of doing this that we use here, which is taking as well the variable where you ask for the residence time in the current state. And then the person is going to answer, well, this number of years. The thing is, since we're taking different samples of individuals every year you're going to get different answers. So we got to get numbers all over the place. And then we explain how we adjusted later for this. But this is another way of getting more precise estimates in the sense of trying to know how many years this person probably migrated, but then the standard errors go wild. That's the reality. And this is one of the methodological challenges we're going to discuss later as well. So here's the drought migration meteorological data. Mariani, working? Oh, it's still muted.
Out. Can you hear me now?
Oh, now I can. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's sorry about that. It's microphone issue. All right. Let's go for it. So I'm going to be discussing our drought data, so the data that we used in order to define drought and estimate it, and also discuss a little bit the ranking process that we use in order to get it to the format where we can connect it to the survey data. So what we use this Global Precipitation Climatology Center Drought Index, which is an index that is freely available, calculated by the Global Precipitation Climatology Center and distributed by the Deutsche Wetterdienst, so the German meteorological center. And this is a grid product, which means that it comes in a grid. And there are several factors why we decided to use a gridded data instead of, for example, using station data, which most people do use. So factors are actually accuracy of the data, so data quality. This is something that we wanted to focus on getting better data in order to do our survey. But also we wanted to focus as well on getting data throughout the world. So there are several regions where data is not freely available or not easily available because station maintenance is expensive. Also, stations sometimes change places, which makes it difficult to do an analysis throughout a longer time frame. And also coverage of the data. So for example, for this product, we have data from 1959 to 2021. That's pretty good coverage. So this product gives us monthly time resolution from 1 through 6, 9, 12 to 48 month aggregation periods, and at 1 degree spatial resolution, which is a pretty good resolution. And it is derived from other commonly used indexes such as the SPI and the SPEI indexes, which take into consideration not just precipitation deficiency, so when it rains less than what we're used to, but also evapotranspiration, which is something that sometimes other indexes don't take into consideration. So when there is a lot of evaporation, sometimes it can be rainy normally, but you still get drought out of it. So please, next. So in order to use this product, however,
Sorry.
in order to use this product, however, we need to first define what is drought. So we need to define the region of aggregation we're going to use and the temporal aggregation we're going to use. Since we're using this gridded product and we have a lot of flexibility on it, we can also decide on how we're going to aggregate it. And this is one of the main questions. So drought is defined both as a meteorological or hydrological drought. So meteorological drought is when it rains less than normal. And hydrological drought is when we have a longer period of loss of water in our rivers and in our groundwater. And this is what it has a more direct effect, when it affects more directly socioeconomic, the socioeconomic situation. So when you get actually impacts on agriculture and jobs and so on. So the hydrological drought has a longer time span, but is smaller in extension. So for that, because of that, you can go to the next slide. What we decided to do is use previous one. Yeah, thank you. Is use the 3-month aggregation product. So we're going to aggregate over 3 months, and each time there is a 3-month loss of precipitation. So according to those indexes, we're going to define that as a drought event, and we're going to aggregate that over microbasins. So a basin is a hydrological unit over which, in a very rough terms, if it rains within that area of a basin, we consider that water to flow into a river. And this is how actually hydrology mostly works. So if I am in a city and it's raining a little bit less in the city, it may not affect me as much as if it's raining a lot less in the basin, so in the river basin where I get my water from. And that's why we decided to use this aggregation measure instead of the more commonly used aggregation over municipalities. I believe that's more correct physically. So we did over that, and then over the microbases, we aggregated over states. And then we also looked into normalized and non-normalized results. And then the normalization is actually over the number of microbases, and also for 1 year and 5 year areas. So yeah, you can go on. That's just a map of Brazil. We can go on a little bit more. When we're looking into actual Brazil as basins, then we look into the macro area of the basins. You can look a little bit more. That's still a little bit too large in order to work with this data. So we decided to go into the micro basins, which actually look into the tributaries of those rivers. So the rivers that flow into these other rivers. So this is the map of the actual areas we use for aggregation. You can go on again. And this is a comparison between those aggregation areas that we've used and the normal municipality areas. You see there is a lot more municipalities as regions than there are microbasins. And this is a difference that we're going to find between our data and other studies that have been used. Yeah, go on. And overall, this is a general, very brief picture of what we've done. So we took this gridded data, we've aggregated it over microbasins, and then we've aggregated it over states in order to do the connection between the states, so the survey data over states, and the actual meteorological data. Good one. So this is how it looks in the end. We have these microbasins, and we have the indexes of drought. Here is from 1983, and we see the darker red ones are where there is more drought, so bigger lack of precipitation or precipitation deficiency. You can go on to the next one. And this is how they would be categorized if we looked into defining what drought is. So this is the category of drought. Yeah, you can go on. So taking a look again of deciding on how to aggregate it over time, I think this is something that's really important when we look into using big data, the connection between big data and survey microdata. If we aggregate over very large periods, so here we're looking over aggregations of 1 month, 12 months, and 5 years, we see that the effects of drought average out. So when we look at 5 years, it seems there has been no drought at all, which is of course not true when we look into 1 month. However, our survey microdata is in 5 years. So this is why we had to use that dummy variable, and we had to use definitions of drought that we chose ourselves. So 3 months and over the microbasin. Yeah, you can go on. And this is how it looks over the classification as well. We see the averaging out of drought. But it's also interesting to look that different states and different areas have very different spatial variabilities of drought. So this is quite important. And this is why we've decided to do our analysis over each state of the region instead of the whole region. So instead of averaging over the whole region, we've done a state-by-state analysis. And you can go on. So this is just a video of variation of drought. You can see that there's quite a bit of time and spatial variability in drought. You can go on. And just some brief description now of our data. So you can see for the different states, most of them, the most important thing that we can get out of this picture is there has been an increase in drought frequency. This is in line with what the literature says. We expect drought frequency to increase and also drought intensity to increase over time. Which could lead to more migration, of course, bigger effects on migration. Yeah, good one. And then finally, we have here a very brief description of how the data that we generated in the end. So we see the normalized in the left and non-normalized on the right number of drought events over this 15 years of analysis. Yeah, you can go on.
Perfect. So now putting all these together, this is the 5-year estimates that I mentioned before. When we know data for the 5-year migration flows, we know that this person migrated within those 5 years from the Northeast. And our column of interest is out-migration from the Northeast because we're interested in seeing drought as a push factor for migration to the Southeast. And we adjusted this data, of course, for the population stock of the, I'll try to be brief here. And we adjusted it for the population stock of the Northeast on the start year of migration. So this is the 5-year estimates. You see migration for the Northeast to Southeast reduced. And in a similar proportion, it also reduced from the Southeast, as you can see. So what we can say is that out-migration from the Northeast has reduced in general, which is explained in the literature by probably the migration, the increased investment in infrastructure in the Northeast, and also the return migration movement instead of an out-migration movement. And the proportion in the Southeast, Northeast to Southeast, reduced in a similar way as well. So we are not seeing any differences on that. You see down there, the percent of total migration is still around 63.57. So when we look at states, here we started seeing some things interesting that here is not as clear, but you're going to see later that there is cases where when drought increased, there seem to have increased migration 1 year later or 2 years later. But in other states, when there's a reduction, it seems to have a decrease. When there's an increase in drought, there seems to have a reduction on migration by state. Here's a map showing that overall it has decreased the out-migration from the Northeast to Southeast. So here is the estimates using the yearly estimates, which as I said, are not the standard way that the literature does that because they introduce a lot of error due to the sample size and the characteristic of the Northeast. And the difference are really substantial when you see comparing the 5-year estimates from the PNAD with the 1-year estimates aggregated for 5 years. But we wanted to stretch the microdata as far as it could go and see how it handled the data. And when we take a look at these yearly estimates, we see a similar pattern. I wouldn't call a pattern, but there is some evidence that peaks in drought led to increased migration in some states and led to decreased migration in others. And we found 2 groups of states. Some had a positive correlation regarding drought and out-migration, and others had a negative correlation, which is a bit surprising, but is not completely surprising in the sense that these states are extremely different. And we had some hypotheses for these, which might be connected, for example, to the infrastructure of the state. Some people might prefer to migrate internally within the state or within the region and wouldn't take the effort to go to the Southeast, or which might be the new trend within the migration from Northeast, out-migration from Northeast. Okay, and we ran pooled OLS regressions with this data. We didn't expect to find many significant relationships, and actually because we saw that there's these 2 different groups, but we wanted to test at this point. And and we saw that there was a statistically significant for the model that includes moderate drought at T-1, but we believe this is more connected to model specification than to an actual effect. We're future avenue for research will be studying this more in depth and building as well a model that takes this into account more thoroughly. And when we use the 5-year estimates, which are the ones that are good point estimates, but really cumbersome to work with because you need to aggregate the big data at the 5-year level as well, which is problematically, we found no significant results. So here's the conclusions. I'm gonna be really brief because I think we're already over time. Apologies for that. So the main challenges that we saw is related to time resolution. Microdata is collected in larger time spans, like less periodically than big data. So in that's up that we have to simplify a lot the big data, and we have to stretch a lot the microdata to be able to make inferences connecting these two different types of data sources and not analyzing microdata within microdata itself, which is the traditional way for carrying out analysis. Mariani can finish.
Yeah, anyway, so, but however, we see that this meteorological data, so this big data, especially open data, has a lot of potential in the social sciences that we can use, especially for those reasons that we've discussed before. This data is usually available for a larger period of time. It has a better resolution. It is available basically everywhere. So this does bring up a lot of possibilities of exploring new research questions with it. It is a bit harder to wrangle, that is for sure, but there is a big community of people working on this, more on the environmental sciences, and we can perhaps do a little bit more connection between those things. So as a last point, we found really no significant evidence of drought-induced migration from the northeast to the southwest in this period that we evaluated. However, we found some limited evidence of drought affecting the states differently, which means that this could be perhaps a future avenue for research. Thank you very much. Sorry again for time and for the small technical problem.
No, you did very well. Thank you both. This is really fascinating, and you're just in time, so no problem at all. I just wanted to make sure we would have some time for questions, and we already have one. So without further ado, we'll start with maybe 1 or 2 questions before we move on to our next speaker. And the first one is, were there any assumptions or limitations in your methodology that you feel maybe affected the results, and that you'd like to discuss now?
Maybe I can mention a little bit on the modeling side. Our model is really simple at this point, so the results on the model, we haven't control for all the variables that we thought about. So we carry out a really simple pooled OLS regression with a dummy for ear, but this is, in this sense, this is a limitation. So what we have is a descriptive part that we have some inferences, there are some correlations. And from the microdata side, the limitations of the data itself limit a lot the conclusions we can have. So there's the limitation on, for example, out migration to the northeast. We have not measured for 2001 to 2004. So in this sense, this greatly limits due both to our model specification and also to the limitations of our data itself, of microdata. Mario, on the big data side, maybe you have a...
Yeah, I can talk about, especially on us having to decide on, so we had to decide on, let's say, on limits on what is defining as a drought event. This is not ideal, especially when we're working with continuous data. Usually in meteorology, hydrology, we work with, again, with continuous data. Whenever you have to define limits, those are limits that have been looked at the literature level for a long time. And this is something that we just had to decide for ourselves because of the limitation of the connection with the microdata. So ideally, we would investigate this a bit more on how to how maybe to breach this problem, how to use drought intensity as well, not just drought frequency. These are things that we can explore in the future.
Great, and that's what it is, right? With innovative data collection methods and new methodologies, you're testing them out, and you're obviously here presenting a very promising approach. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're right away going to find the right solution, the right model, and the results that you were expecting, in a sense. So, so thank you for presenting that and also highlighting some of the challenges. That's what we should do amongst researchers, and it's that's the most useful thing to do. Maybe just a quick follow-up question then from myself, really, before we move on. have you already identified other contexts where you could apply a similar approach, you know, either in Brazil or in another country, or ways forward for this research, for this peer research? Or not yet?
Maybe I can mention, well, this data is out there, the big data is out there, is open data, and we have data for, and these surveys are carried out as well. And we have, although OpenAD is really good survey, I'll never say otherwise. It has really many limitations regarding the time aggregation that maybe other countries might not have on this micro data. And so it will even work better when we're using this method that we used for measuring meteorological aspects. So what we see going forward is not only bringing this data that is prepared side by side, because Mariana and I work a lot together on thinking about survey connecting to big data. And one conclusion that we came is that also surveys need to be thought, taking into consideration researchers who use big data and who are going to use these for big data research in the future. And I think it's a bit harder to say that big data needs to take into account microdata. I think for us here on the social sciences side, we're going to start thinking as well, devising surveys of making ways that they're going to be useful as well for analysis on big data later. So this is something that maybe there are several contexts to prove it even better than the Brazilian context. Mariane, please.
Yeah, what I can think about as much as using this open data is for using it in other contexts. We read a lot of the literature that is being done in Africa, especially where meteorological data is actually very limited there. So there is. I work with individual sciences, and we are starting to use a lot of satellite data within the African context, also in the Middle East, in order for us to do correlations between what's available there and try to fill those big gaps that already exist on this meteorological data whenever people are trying to do this connection. So I think this is a direct approach that can be used. So whenever we're trying to correlate so these environmental factors within the social factors, and also, yeah, of course, for this big topic that's coming up is climate change. So climate change induced migration. I think this is something that in the end we're going to have to try to use as well.
Absolutely. Thank you both very much again. If there are any more questions to Mariane and Guilherme, please post them in the chat box. And again, if you're joining us on YouTube, you can do the same. You just need to be logged into your YouTube account and post in the YouTube chat box, and we'll be monitoring that as well. But for the moment, I'd like to move on to our next speaker. And the next paper that will be presented is about violence and internal displacement, insights from nationwide mobile phone data. And this topic will be presented by our colleagues at the School of Information, University of California, Berkeley. They will tell us how they analyzed anonymized high-frequency mobile phone data to measure the short and the long-term impact of violence on internal displacement in Afghanistan. Please, over to you now. Excellent. Please go ahead.
Thanks so much, Cristal. Hi, I'm Xiaowei Tai. I am currently a postdoc at the School of Information at UC Berkeley. So let me just share my screen. Can everyone see and hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much to the organizers of this conference. It's really great to be here. So this is joint work with Shekhar Mehra and Joshua Blumenstock, as Cristal mentioned, where, oh, sorry, there's some note about, oh, it's not full screen.
No, it's not full screen. We can see it though, so don't worry too much about it. Yes, now it's full screen.
Okay. Where was I? So, we're at the School of Information at UC Berkeley. I usually like to start with some context on forced displacement, but I don't think this is really necessary for this audience. What I'll just reiterate is that border crises are really salient. We see them in the news very often. But what we see much less is about internal displacement. And as we've seen in the last day, there's this very commonly cited statistic where there's over 80 million forcibly displaced people, but more than half of them are actually internally displaced. So these internally displaced people are much less visible, as we've already seen, and very difficult to study. And one of the important reasons is the poor data quality. So there are many formal reporting procedures at borders, but this is not the case for internally displaced people. So administrative reporting is much more limited. Also, many of these countries that we're studying are in conflict, so it's really difficult and dangerous sometimes to collect good data. Also, they often don't have the capacity to do so. For example, some countries have not conducted a census in several decades, so it's really difficult to imagine that they will be able to track displacement where displacement occurs daily on people that are constantly on the move. So in Afghanistan, there are several existing data sources. There's survey data, where surveys are conducted approximately yearly. And then there's this limited administrative reporting that I just talked about. So against this backdrop of general data scarcity, there's a vast untapped resource in the form of mobile phone data that gives us very fine-grained insight into people's movements. So in this talk, I'll talk about how we're going to use this to study conflict-induced displacement. And of course, there are some very important limitations as well as privacy concerns that I'll get into at the later part of my talk. So for the rest of my talk, I'll just do a little bit more of a detailed introduction with specific goals and related work. And then I'll talk about the methodology, limitations, and then I'll conclude. So to be a little more specific about the goals of our project, so as I said, we're interested in studying the impact of violence on displacement. We make two contributions. The first is methodological. So we're interested in how we can use mobile phone data to estimate violence-induced displacement in a granular manner. And when I say granular, I mean daily on a fine geographic scale. So in Afghanistan, the finest administrative unit is the district, and we can think of it as like a county in the US. So this is the scale that we're trying to study. So the questions that we're interested in would be, for example, how do the odds of moving to a different district change some specific day after a violent day? And the substantive contributions that we make are looking at what the overall effect of violence on displacement is. Also, we're interested in specific factors that affect the relationship. For example, are there certain types of violence, for example, related to the Islamic State versus the Taliban, that would induce more displacement? And also, we're interested in studying the choices of people's destinations. So where do people tend to move? Does that change due to violence? And in this process, we confirm and test hypotheses from qualitative work. So I'll just mention several potential practical implications. So understanding the magnitudes, determinants, and choices of destinations of people displaced by conflict could help in targeting aid. For example, if we know that people tend to cluster in certain locations, or after certain types of events tend to go to certain types of locations, then it would make sense to target aid at these locations. Also, there's an argument to be made that areas that receive a lot of incoming displaced people could be locations of future instability. So it might make sense to allocate forces or target specific programs in these locations. And finally, if we know that, for example, certain types of events tend to impact displacement more, then that would help in the design of policies for prevention and mitigation. So just briefly on related work, there's two topics that are most closely related. The first is on conflict-induced displacement, and that's probably an area that this audience is very familiar with. Typically, there's the data sources include qualitative data, survey-based, as well as observational data. And the difference between this type of work and our work is we use this new source of data that allows us to do a much more granular and dynamic quantitative analysis. And then there is also a second body of work which uses non-traditional sources of digital data. For example, mobile phone data, data from Facebook, things like that, to study population flows. For example, there's some work that looks at changes in movement after natural disasters or the effect of airstrikes and drone strikes. And our work differs in the measurement aspect as well as the modeling, which enables us to estimate an average causal effect of multiple events on displacement. So I'll just get into the methodology. Right now, I'll start with the data sources. So we use two data sources, conflict data and then migration data. So for the conflict data, we use data recorded by the Uppsala Conflict Data Program. This is a publicly available resource. It's one of the leading sources on conflict data. So these data record single discrete violent events, and they are perpetrated by an organized actor and result in at least one death. And we have information about the location as well as the time from this data set. And we're interested in doing the analysis, as I mentioned, on a district level and for specific days. So we use events where we have that precision. And then for the mobile phone data, so these come in the form of call detail records. We have about 4 years worth of data from Afghanistan's largest mobile phone operator. So this is from 2013 to 2017. So just note the Taliban takeover is probably fresh on everyone's mind. So just note that this is several years prior. And so this data set has anonymized records for about 10 million subscribers or 20 billion transactions. A transaction occurs when a person makes an interaction with the mobile phone provider. So this could be a phone call or the transfer of a data packet. And when the person makes an interaction like that, they would connect to the closest cell tower to them. So in this way, when a person's making a transaction, we can approximately pinpoint their location. And when we have transactions over time, we can infer their trajectories over time. So the data come in the form, like in the table below, we have the hash, which is the anonymized identifier for an individual. We have the date time as well as the antenna ID, which tells us the closest cell tower at the time of the transaction. And so geographically, this is what the data look like. Afghanistan has about 400 districts. These are the locations of the violence, and these are the location of the cell towers. And we see that in general, there's a good overlap between the two. They're generally in the more populated areas in Afghanistan. So we're interested in using the phone data to measure migration. To do this, there's several steps that we need to take. First, from the transactions, the table that I showed earlier, for each user, we want to infer their most commonly visited district every day. And then from there, we want to infer a longer notion of residence. For example, we don't want to take into account if they go like on a day trip or like a weekend trip. So here we approximately consider week-long periods to be like a longer term residence for in the context of displacement. And then we aggregate this into a district day level where for each district day, we want some measure of displacement, migration. So here we use the proportion of people who were observed to be in the district, what we say K days ago, and then we track if they're in a different district today. So we use K possible reference periods where K goes from 1 to 120, and I'll explain in a second why we need all these possible outcome variables. So finally, we combine the district day level migration data that we infer using the mobile phone data with a similarly structured data set from the violent events data. So for the violent events data, for each district day, we create indicator variables for whether or not violence occurred on that day, as well as for tau and tau leads and lags. So we create these variables for violence occurring 30 days in the future up to 180 days in the past. So this is what the data looks like. So here on the vertical axis is the outcome variable for k equals to 30. So the proportion in a different district today compared to 30 days ago. And then on the horizontal axis is the each day for the 4-year period that we have. And then the vertical red lines are days in which the violence occurred. So we're basically interested in the relationship between this black line and the vertical red lines. So to model this, we use beta regression. So beta regression, you can just think of as an extension of logistic regression, where instead of a binary outcome, we have a continuous outcome from 0 to 1, which is suitable for the proportions that we have. And then this model is a panel fixed effects model. For people who are familiar with event study models, this is very closely related as well. So on the left-hand side, we have a transformation of the outcome variable. And then on the right-hand side, we have district and time fixed effects, as well as beta tau, t sub taus, where the t sub taus are the indicator variables that I just talked about. So the coefficient of interest here would be the beta taus. And these beta taus have the same interpretation of a logistic regression, where e to the beta tau is the multiplicative change in odds of being in a different district today for t sub tau equals to 1, meaning when violence occurred at lag tau versus if it did not occur, holding the other variables constant. And so we're interested in a causal interpretation, which involves several assumptions. So I won't go too much into the detail, but I'll just mention two key assumptions. The first is conditional exchangeability, which means that the precise day in which a district experiences violence is as if random, conditional on all these other things in the equation that I just showed you. So to say it more intuitively, it means that after accounting for district day and the surrounding violence, the occurrence of violence is unpredictable. So to be clear, I'm not saying that the violence itself is unpredictable. I'm saying that after accounting for all of these other factors, the exact date in which the violence occurs, so the residual violence that is unexplained is unpredictable. And this is consistent with how violence is meant to surprise. And the second key assumption is that the model is correctly specified. So I won't go into the details right now, but I'm happy to talk more later. So these are the coefficient estimates for the k equals to 30 outcome. So on the horizontal axis here, we have the days since violence, where so these are the taus, where tau goes from -30 to 180. And then on the vertical axis is the coefficient estimates for each of these taus. So it's e to the beta tau here. So the interpretation, for example, when tau equals to 0 is that if violence were to occur today, the odds of people, the odds of people being in a different district for those who were in the district 30 days ago increases by 2%. So here we can see that there is a clear effect of violence on the district's displacement. And there's an interesting result that displacement tends to anticipate violence. And we see this from the positive coefficients left of the vertical red line. So the vertical red lines at tau equals to 0, those on the left represent violence in the future, and on the right represent violence in the past. And this anticipatory effect was pretty surprising to us. But looking at qualitative evidence more closely, we found that NATO forces and the Taliban actually frequently warn civilians prior to major operations to limit civilian casualties. So this is a likely reason why we're seeing this type of anticipatory effect. And then, so now I'll move on to our analysis of the impact of a violent day. So previously we looked at the impact of surrounding violence on a district's migration. Now we're interested in tracking people who have experienced the violence over time. So as I said, 4 minutes, okay. So first we define impacted people to be those in the district on the violent day. And so from the previous regression, for the k equals to 30 outcome, this means that this was people in the district 30 days ago. And the tau equals to 30 outcome meant that we were looking at violence occurring 30 days ago. So in other words, the interpretation is of that particular coefficient where tau equals to k is the effect of violence on migration tau days after the violence among impacted people. So if we were to repeat this for whenever tau is equal to k for all of the values of the outcome variables that we created, we can get the effect of violence on migration each day after the violence. So these are the results. We can see that displacement increases, spikes around 10 days after the violence. It's about 4%, and then it decreases to about 2%, but it stays positive even for months after. So the displacement is pretty persistent. So I have a few minutes left. I'll just talk about heterogeneous results for different types of violence. So as I mentioned, we're interested in how different types of violence differently impact displacement. And we can run the same type of regressions, but indicating out events for violence related to the Islamic State versus Taliban violence, for example. So we get two different sets of coefficients. In purple here, we see the effect for Islamic State related violence, and in red are Taliban related violence. And we see that for Islamic State related violence, there's a much larger impact, especially in the immediate aftermath of the event. And this is consistent with qualitative evidence that says that the Islamic State has been known to target civilians. They perform these vivid displays of violence, such as film executions, and that's a likely reason why we're seeing this immediate effect that's much larger. So we can do the same for other types of violence, and then we also do a much closer analysis of locations that people tend to go to. So I won't go into any of these details. I'll just share the main conclusions, which are that you can see that the 3 points here, we've already seen that Islamic State related violence has the largest impact, and provincial capitals, which are like the most economically developed and like most secure areas in a province, tend to have smaller effects. And then as a result of violence, people in non-capitals tend to seek safety in these provincial capitals close to home, as opposed to seeking economic opportunities, say, in a city like Kabul. So those are the things that we're able to infer using the fine-grained mobile phone data. And yeah, with that, I'll just conclude. There are some important limitations, and I'm happy to talk about them in the Q&A. But thanks for now.
Thank you very much, Kat. This was really excellent, and you're not over time yet. So if there were those last bullet points you wanted to stress, please.
Okay,
please
well, okay, I'll just briefly talk about the limitations then.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so there are some very important limitations of the types of data that we use. So the mobile phone data has measurement error, where we're capturing, as I mentioned, these individual transactions, and people might share phones, so they might not be individuals that are using these phones. And then also people who use phones might not be the same as other people who don't use phones. So for example, most vulnerable people might not own phones, and they might be more likely to be displaced. So in that sense, we might be underestimating displacement. And then the types of movements that we capture are inter-district movements, but displacement might also occur within the district. And then obviously there are some very important privacy and data accessibility concerns with regards to the mobile phone data. And we only use for the analysis and anonymized data that are aggregated at a district day level. And then the violence data also has some limitations. For example, they're based on media reports. So there might be biases in the media reporting. For example, more populous areas and economic centers tend to have a larger media presence. So the events captured might be biased in a certain way. And then the last point is that there's some unique characteristics specific to Afghanistan. So we might be a little bit careful about how we generalize to other countries. So for example, countries that have similar characteristics like a long period of conflict or certain ethnic and ethnic divisions or like a patriarchal society, factors like that might affect the generalizability of the results. So I'll just stop there and take any questions.
Thank you. That's great. And actually, you're already answering some of the questions.
Okay,
so
perfect.
That's excellent. There was one question by Andres, I think, who was, yes, Andres, who was specifically pointing to the potential negative effects or risks of using this type of data. And you already mentioned it briefly here around the data protection and ethics. Is there anything else you'd like to mention on this point? Is there any risk that the wrong actors could get their hands on this data and use it to maybe track displaced people?
I mean, I don't think necessarily. I mean, it's pretty hard to get access to these data, so I would imagine I don't think that is like the top concern, I guess. But I guess there are other sources of data that also capture aggregate mobility information. For example, Facebook has started releasing such aggregated mobility data. So there is some concern that other people could use these data, but they wouldn't be tracking individuals since these data are released on a more aggregated level.
Yeah, I think that's clear. Thank you for your answer. There are actually quite a few questions, so I'm only going to have time to ask maybe one or two more. There is one, I think you touched upon already, but if you want to add anything to this, what do you think could be the drivers of the difference in the effects between Islamic State and Taliban violence?
What the drivers might be?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes. Why is there a difference?
Right. So yeah, as I mentioned, the Taliban is known to specifically target civilians. So they do like they do these like suicide attacks or events like that. Whereas the Taliban is more interested in like taking over territory. So they're interested in becoming like a governing force. So the types of events that are associated with such activities are different than the Islamic State. So, for example, they actually were known to warn people before an attack so that the civilians could get out of the way to limit casualties. So, in that sense, the nature of the events that are captured by the groups is pretty different. And
right, and
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, that's also what you mentioned, right, when you were showing us this anticipation effect.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. There's another question. I'm sorry for the audience, I won't be able to ask them all, but maybe the last one could be around. Well, there is a comment by Laura saying that this methodology would be a great tool to show different vulnerabilities that IDPs and refugees face. Do you think that would be a way that you could use a similar approach to estimate cross-border movements too?
So cross-border movements are a little bit more tricky with this type of data because mobile phone operators typically operate within the country. But there could be other sources of data that might be more suitable for cross-border movements. For example, if like people have like Facebook data or Google has some
GPS tracking.
yeah, exactly. So I'm imagining that those types of data might be more suitable.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much. I mean, as you can see, there's a lot of interest that
I'm happy to answer more questions offline or over email. So please feel free to.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And maybe do feel free, actually, all the speakers, do feel free to respond to the questions in the chat box as well.
Okay,
if
yeah.
you
I
get a
can
chance. Maybe that's the way we can get more questions.
Okay, thank you
Thanks
so
a
much.
lot, and congratulations on this excellent work.
Thank you.
Right, so now we'll move on to our last presentation, certainly not least, of course, and a very promising topic around automated chat application surveys using WhatsApp. And I think for this presentation, we have on the line Jessica and Besa. Jessica, who is from the Immigration Policy Lab at Stanford University, and Besa from Mercy Corps. And I believe you will both be here presenting 2 case studies where you used automated surveys over WhatsApp to look at refugees and migrants in Colombia and in the US, if I'm correct. And please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, Christelle. I hope everyone can hear me okay.
We can hear you. Presentation.
Great. It's such a privilege to be here, and especially to have had the opportunity to hear these 2 excellent presentations. I think our presentation nicely complements the last one. So we'll talk about our experiences using automated chat application surveys via WhatsApp. To do for our specific application, it was in the context of an impact evaluation. But this gets to the question of being able to survey or collect information from mobile populations, even across borders. So again, I think this is a nice complement to what we've already heard. So let me kick things off just by doing brief introductions. So I'm Besa Tesfaye. I'm Director for Research and Learning at Mercy Corps, with a focus on overseeing our research portfolio related to migration, displacement, and climate change. I work with a number of colleagues in different countries. So Mercy Corps is an international development and humanitarian organization working in over 40 countries. I work with those country offices to design and manage research, including evaluations of our programs. And I collaborate a lot with research institutes like the Immigration Policy Lab. So let me also introduce my colleague, Jessica, who is the Senior Program Manager at the Immigration Policy Lab, or IPL, which is a research lab at Stanford University. And Jessica and I, as well as other colleagues at Mercy Corps and Stanford and IPL, have been collaborating over the course of a number of years on research around migration and displacement. Next slide, please. So just to give you a sense of what we will touch on, I'll take about 10 minutes or so to talk a bit about the motivation for our research. We'll also go over sort of the methods that we used in our analysis, in our surveys, and share some preliminary results. And then hopefully, we're really hoping at the end we'll have some time to do an interactive demonstration of the WhatsApp survey. Next slide, please. So in terms of motivation, what really initiated this idea was Mercy Corps' ongoing humanitarian response to the Venezuelan refugee crisis. As many of you know, the situation in Venezuela has sparked one of the largest refugee crises in the world, compared in many aspects to the situation in Syria, with over 6 million Venezuelan refugees having left their country by the end of 2020. Roughly 1.8 million displaced Venezuelans are found in Colombia. And my organization, Mercy Corps, has been working in Colombia since 2006. One of the types of programs that we implement to support displaced populations is what we refer to as multi-purpose cash assistance programming. So this is essentially providing unconditional cash transfers to eligible households or individuals. And one of the the programs that we were implementing in Colombia is known as Ven Esperanza. It is a project funded by the US government. And in its first phase, which began in August 2019, the program dispersed almost $30 million in the form of unconditional cash transfers to roughly 100,000 individuals in Colombia. This included both Venezuelan refugees, but also some vulnerable Colombian households across Colombia. So in terms of research, what we initially were very interested in was trying to use this program as an opportunity to test the effects of cash on migration decisions. We acknowledge that there's a large literature out there about the effects of cash on a number of different outcomes, including things like consumption, health, and other well-being outcomes. But what has been understudied in general has been the sort of the effects on mobility decisions, including return migration, which we were particularly interested in. Secondly, we were implementing this project in early 2020 when the COVID-19 situation emerged. So we also wanted to look at not only the effects of cash on mobility, but also a broader set of well-being outcomes during the pandemic, including things like income, employment, and housing, and so on. As well as looking at how those general conditions changed over time as we were collecting sort of a panel survey over the course of 9 months. Next slide, please. So for this purpose, we wanted to study the impact of this program. We had to survey a large number of people at multiple points in time. And we saw this as an opportunity to try to explore new surveying methods that would improve our ability to be able to keep in touch with this highly mobile population, which we knew was going to be a challenge. So there were several constraints and opportunities that we were considering when trying to decide how to conduct our surveys. The first, of course, is cost. There are high costs associated with in-person surveys, and also in general with phone surveys, traditional IVR phone surveys. Oftentimes this eats up a large percentage of our research budget. So we wanted to see how we could cut down on costs. There were also concerns around attrition, particularly, again, since we were doing these panel surveys and because we were surveying a displaced population, which we knew had a high likelihood of potentially migrating or moving again. We also saw the value of remote data collection as we began this project just months into a global pandemic, and the health and safety of data collectors and our teams, as well as the participants, was a really high priority. And finally, we wanted to be able to use commercially available technology, which we know institutions, particularly in the private sector, have relied on for a number of years for things like marketing or market research. And we wanted to leverage this technology in the work that we do as a nonprofit or as a research institute. Next slide. So all of these considerations led us to WhatsApp, which is an application that we've become very familiar with over the past couple of years, and I'm sure everyone here is also familiar with as well. The main thing to keep in mind with WhatsApp is that it's an application that allows users to be able to send text messages, voice messages, as well as make voice and video calls and share content, various types of content. It is hugely popular. It's estimated that there are about 2 billion users worldwide as of 2020. So there were some obvious advantages for using WhatsApp in serving households and individuals for the purpose of our study that we thought of immediately. One is users can access and use WhatsApp through either Wi-Fi or a mobile data connection, which means in almost all cases, it's a lot cheaper. In some cases, it's free to send messages or content, again, via WhatsApp rather than through SMS or a cellular network. And that's particularly the case when communicating internationally. Secondly, we saw that a huge advantage for us was that users can maintain the same WhatsApp profile and the same contact, the same contacts that they had before, as well as chat history, even when changing phone numbers or SIM cards. And this was really important, again, because we are working with a mobile displaced population, and it is common for them to change SIM cards or phone numbers in short periods of time. And then lastly, and Jessica will get into this more, but essentially through the business API that WhatsApp offers, we are able to automate sending and receiving data to and from a large number of respondents, making the time required to collect all of this information much shorter and also making it much cheaper for us. That being said, there were also some limitations, important limitations to consider that we considered and others might be considering. So in the case of text surveys, literacy requirements are still really important, and that can be a limitation in some populations. It is possible to do IVR surveys or voice surveys on WhatsApp, of course, but that limits in some ways the possibility of automation. Connectivity problems can also be a challenge in some geographic locations, so that's something to consider. And then lastly, there are privacy concerns, and by that specifically for us, what I meant is that this was due to the fact that phones, as was mentioned in the last presentation, phones are shared by multiple people in a household or sometimes even between households. So there is a need to verify the identity of the respondent, but there are still concerns about who can access the phone and potentially the survey information, the chat history. So just something to keep in mind, particularly for applications when there are sensitive questions being asked via WhatsApp surveys. Next slide, please. So I'm going to pass it over to Jessica, who's going to talk a bit more about the application and what this technology can actually do.
Excuse me. Thanks, Beza. So here's a screenshot of what a first message, an outbound message, might look like using this survey method. And we do hope to give everyone an opportunity to take a survey a little bit later on. One of the benefits of using an automated survey platform via WhatsApp is the ability to replicate and scale this approach quite quickly among program participants or research populations. You know, researchers make a number of decisions in designing surveys on any platform. If you've used Qualtrics or Survey CTO or any other comparable platform, a similar series of decisions are made when deploying surveys over WhatsApp. For example, you need to first identify your sample. Will it be a targeted outbound survey that you send to a specific number of participants? Will it be an open-ended survey that people can write into? Will you offer multiple choice or open-ended questions? As Beza said, will you present the questions as text messages over WhatsApp or as voice note recordings? How long will the survey be open and available? For example, we set our survey as a 2-day open period for this case. So just as you make a series of survey design considerations on other platforms, those are also necessary to make using WhatsApp. And then once you set this up, it's quite simple to expand the number of people that you make, as respondents or open the survey to. So that's a really exciting part of this method. Secondly, we did use various existing commercial technologies to supplement our ability to automate this platform. So as people are sending messages in and out of WhatsApp, there's not necessarily a person sending manually each message. We basically set up a logic series, just as you would on another survey platform, that can interpret questions and answers to a degree and automate the survey platform that way. So we use a platform called Twilio. We use a series of Google APIs to create a contact list to initiate the survey. We use the WhatsApp Business API to allow for this automated exchange. And finally, we use the Google Apps script to help facilitate some of this. We do have technical resources for this method available online. I'll share the link with that at the end. These are all publicly available APIs that we just nest together to help us set up this survey platform. And finally, as Beza was mentioning, sending surveys over WhatsApp, at least in our case, has proven to be more cost effective than in other situations. This is just an example that I put on this graph, but using the messaging fees for us as researchers to send these messages outbound to respondents, the estimated cost for a 10-question survey over WhatsApp was about 15 cents. And as Beza said, there may be little to no cost to the respondents, depending on their current cellular network plan or their Wi-Fi plan. This scales as you expand the size of your sample. And so for us, this has proven to be a highly cost-effective platform as compared to often very expensive phone or in-person surveys. I will note that there is a human investment and a human resources cost here. This is a new way of surveying, and there is an upfront investment required to learn how to link all of these various platforms and APIs together to set this up. We've estimated that it probably takes somewhere between 10 and 20 hours to learn this system to set up your first WhatsApp survey. And then once you're familiar with the technologies involved, it's quite easy to replicate and create a new survey, probably in the 4 to 5 hour range, depending on how long it is. So it is a new method, just like any new research tool that we all need to learn. There's an upfront human resource investment cost. But after that, and after the method is known, it's pretty easy to recreate and scale up to new applications. So I'm going to send it back to Beza to offer a little more context on the exact questions and approach that we took. We are going to talk primarily about the application in Colombia right now, but at the same time that we were testing this method in Colombia, another research group at IPL was doing the same with the Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services in the US. So there's information available about both of these cases in the paper that's linked for this presentation.
Great, thank you, Jessica. So as mentioned earlier, the initial interest in doing this research was to understand mobility decisions of Venezuelan migrants and refugees in response to cash assistance through the program that we had in Colombia, and particularly return migration to Venezuela. We were also interested in learning about the economic and social well-being of our Venezuelan participants in Colombia during the COVID-19 pandemic. So our identification strategy for the first research question about impact was based on using the cash program's criteria for eligibility as a cutoff point for a regression discontinuity design. So essentially the program surveys individuals that are referred to Mercy Corps and then uses a vulnerability score to determine who is eligible to receive cash. Our plan was to measure outcomes of individuals that were just above and below the cutoff at 3, 6, and 9 months post-enrollment, while the program provided roughly $80 per month in cash transfers to eligible households over a 6-month period. So the baseline survey consisted of this in-person eligibility assessment, which was conducted in person by the program team, the Ven Esperanza program. And it collected general demographic and household information in addition to phone numbers of the respondents and, importantly, consent questions to consent individuals to participate in these follow-on WhatsApp surveys. Then at roughly 3, 6, and 9 months post-enrollment, we reached out via WhatsApp with shorter surveys that were focused on questions around mobility and a set of well-being outcomes, such as food security, healthcare access, schooling, etc. So when we started this project, again, around March 2020, the challenge that we ran into is, which essentially made it impossible for us to do the regression discontinuity design, was that we lost our ability to have a sizable control group because of the impacts of the pandemic. At a certain point, over 90% of the households that were being referred to Mercy Corps were deemed vulnerable and eligible for cash assistance. And we were lucky to have received additional funding to be able to support all of those additional households. So this was great for us. We're very happy about it, but it meant that our research study couldn't occur as a regression discontinuity design. However, we did continue to look at descriptive statistics, again, looking at the condition of our participants in the course of the pandemic. And that is going to be included in the working paper. But interestingly, we also shifted to focus more on the methods aspect of this. And we did a methods experiment with which Jessica will touch on shortly. Next slide. So very quickly, I just wanted to share with you the descriptive statistics in terms of the response rates when we did the 3, 6, and 9-month follow-on surveys via WhatsApp. Among the approximately 2,600 people in our sample, around 20% didn't have a registered WhatsApp line. So we were only able to send out messages with roughly 80% of the sample. You don't see that on this table, but just keep that in mind. But of the total that were sampled, again, 2,600, roughly 50 to 60% actually started the survey. And importantly, of those who started the survey, over 96% completed the survey. So that is the last line, completed if started, that you see at the bottom. Then there's this line that says completed and matched. So that indicates if we were able to actually match the identity of the respondent during these follow-on surveys to the identity of the respondent who was surveyed at baseline. And we did this by asking for the individual's first name and year of birth. And we were able to match roughly 50 to 40% of those who completed the survey with the individual that did it at baseline. So overall, pretty high response rate and very high completion rates. Now I'll pass it over to Jessica, who can talk about how this kind of compared when we looked at WhatsApp versus other ways of surveying.
Thanks, Beza. So in the interest of time, I'm going to go a little quickly through this, but happy to answer any more questions, and there'll be additional details coming out in an updated paper released later next month. We had the opportunity to determine the feasibility and applicability of sending WhatsApp surveys compared to existing survey tools that are available not only to researchers, but also to program teams and service provision organizations like Mercy Corps. We used a separate group of individuals. These were individuals not a part of the panel study, but a second group who had been enrolled for the Ven Esperanza program, and randomized the survey delivery mode across 3 different platforms so we could assess how response rates and completion rates varied. We first used SMS, where we sent the survey questions over SMS messages using the cellular network. We sent another series of conversations and surveys over WhatsApp in the same method that was used in the panel survey. These could be received over cellular network or a Wi-Fi connection. Both of these surveys were set to be open for up to 48 hours for the respondents. And finally, a third group received the same series of questions over IVR, or interactive voice response, which was a phone call made over cellular data, and there were 3 attempts made for each individual in this group. I'm going to describe the results here in panel A. Here we're using the SMS survey as our baseline comparison. And so we're demonstrating the increased or relative rates of starting a survey or finishing a survey as related to the SMS response rates. And so here we can see that individuals who had a survey delivered over WhatsApp were 26 percentage points more likely to start the survey than those who'd received the survey over SMS. Likewise, they're 28 percentage points more likely to reach the 13th question and 46 percentage points more likely to finish the 25th question, which was the end of our survey. They're also 10 percentage points more likely to complete the survey if started, again, as compared to those who received it over SMS. Likewise, for IVR, there was a 20 percentage point increase in those who started the survey, who received it as a phone call, compared to an SMS. In the second panel, we delimit our sample just to those respondents who have an active WhatsApp profile. So again, there's about 20% of our WhatsApp group that does not have an active WhatsApp profile, and so they actually never receive the first message. And so when we delimit just to those who have a WhatsApp profile, there's a 43 percentage point more likely to start the survey compared to those who receive it over SMS. These results will be available in the future, so you can take a look. I know we need to move into the question section, so I'll just open up this page here. If anyone is interested in testing a WhatsApp survey themselves, you can scan the QR code with your phone. You can open the WhatsApp platform and send us a message at this phone number, or you can use the following link in your WhatsApp web account. I will leave this up for the time being, and thank you all for learning about this. We do have technical resources online. I'll switch to that slide in a minute after you have the opportunity to use this information to test the survey. I think we've really benefited from the opportunity of testing and learning using these commercially available platforms to apply these technologies to service provision organizations and research opportunities. It's provided timely, cost-effective data with a mobile population over time. And so we'll be really excited to hear any questions and share a little bit more about this method. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica and Beza. This was really, really interesting. I, for one, as research manager at the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, I think I'd love to use this this approach in our research. We are also obviously facing resource limitations, and this would be a great way to try to bridge some of those issues. I just want to remind everyone who's on the call today that the papers of all of our presenters are already online on the conference's website. So please download them, read them. There is more information there. And I believe you all have your contact information on those papers. So you can also be reached this way. But if there are any questions to ask immediately, we can probably take one or maybe two. If not, I have one immediate question to both of you, just wondering if you are already foreseeing other case studies where you will be you'll be using this. And I don't think we should even say case studies, because it's not just for research, right? It really does have a concrete operational impact, or potentially so anyway.
I'll just jump in really quickly and then turn it back to Beza. I do want to acknowledge that while we were using this application with Mercy Corps in Colombia, there was another team at IPL using the same method with Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services in the US with resettled refugees, and found success and opportunities in applying it in that context as well. I can already tell you that we're working with other partner organizations to embed this engagement method domestically and in other international contexts. Certainly one limitation of using WhatsApp is that it does need to, the group that you're engaging with needs to either already have it or be willing to learn how to use this platform. So that is one limitation to consider. I think we've been really excited about the potential additional applications that are available. And something that is really important for us is to make these resources publicly available. So that website that I just linked up, and there's a link in our paper, there's an online public technical manual so that anyone can adapt what we've done. And in fact, since releasing that about a year ago, we've had crowdsourced suggestions on ways to update the methodology. Yeah. So it's really exciting to hear about other groups that are applying this as well.
That's excellent. You are raising the limitations of the methodology, and there is one question that we've been hearing also for mobile phone data, right? But I think we also need to touch upon the privacy concerns here, because it's more than mobile phone data. In this case, you actually know the people you're engaging with, and you're holding this information. So is there any particular concern you have or you've had, and how you've tried to respond to these risks?
Mm-hmm. It's a great question and really important. I think I would first encourage anyone who's considering this to really read in depth the privacy standards of the various APIs and businesses that are involved. These conversations on WhatsApp do remain end-to-end encrypted, which is a kind of core facet of the WhatsApp platform. There are additional ways that you can encrypt and de-identify the exchanges when collecting the data and using these APIs together. It's really important to be upfront about the usage of this platform, just as we do in any survey platform. It's critical to be clear about that at the outset in the consent experience with participants and respondents, so that they understand the usage of WhatsApp. I will say that using WhatsApp, at least in this context, is pretty common in a personal sense, and so participants are at least familiar with the platform and the commitments that they make in that regard. I don't want to go into all of the details right now, but there are a number of additional privacy safeguards that are embedded within the WhatsApp Business API in regards to, no content of any of these conversations is ever made available to anyone besides the respondent and the business use that the researcher or program team may be using. And so there is not a concern of specific responses or answers getting out. I will encourage everyone to take a look at this, and it's definitely a consideration that needs to be brought in.
Absolutely, a very, very important consideration in the context of forcibly displaced people. So unfortunately, we are now out of time. There are some more questions in the chat box, so please do reach out to our speakers today via the platform, the website of the conference, their papers. You have their names now and their affiliations, so hopefully you can find each other on the World Wide Web. And in the meantime, we're going to have to take a little break before our next session. So I just want to thank all of our speakers today again for their wonderful presentations, our audience for their amazing questions, and of course the organizers of this great conference that is not over. We'll just take a 15-minute break and the next session will start on returnees this time. So thank you all again and have a wonderful rest of the day and rest of the conference. Thank you. Goodbye.
Welcome everyone to this next session. Hello, my name is Nessa Kenny and I manage Innovations for Poverty Action's Peace and Recovery Program and our Humanitarian and Forced Displacement Initiative. IPA is lucky enough to have supported much of the great work being presented at this conference through research funding from the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. It's my pleasure to moderate this academic panel today, where we'll be delving into findings from some of the latest research on refugee return. I think this panel dovetails nicely with the discussion in the previous session. We of course need tools and methods to help track and understand highly mobile populations. And I think hopefully these new tools and methods can help us better understand populations that return to their country of origin as well. So issues around whether, how, and why returnees make those decisions to return and what the impacts of that return is. In this session, we're really lucky to have 3 papers focused on this from presenters who are deeply immersed in these topics. Daniel Masterson, Assistant Professor of Political Science at the University of California, Santa Barbara, will present his work on the dynamics of return of Syrian refugees to Lebanon. Danny Bahar, Associate Professor at Brown University, will present his paper on the impacts of returning refugees on export performance in former Yugoslavia. And finally, Isabel Ruiz, Fellow in Economics at the University of Oxford, will present her work on refugee return and social cohesion in Burundi. Before we begin, a couple of quick housekeeping notes. Each panelist will have 20 to 25 minutes to present their paper, followed by 5 to 10 minutes of discussions. I'll be keeping time throughout and will provide reminders to the presenters when they have 10 minutes and 5 minutes left. If you'd like to ask a question, I would encourage you to please submit them through the chat, either in WebEx or on the YouTube live stream. Alternatively, if you're participating via WebEx, you can raise your hand to be unmuted. Finally, as with other sessions of this conference, this panel is being recorded. So without further ado, I'll invite Dan Masterson, Assistant Professor of Political Science at the University of California, Santa Barbara, to kick us off. Dan, go ahead.
Hello. Hi. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Nessa. Does everything look okay? Can everybody hear me and see my screen?
We can hear you. Great.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so thank you everybody for attending. I'm really excited to share this work with you. This is joint work with Ala El-Robeba, who is a postdoc at ETH Zurich, and Marine Casalis, who is a program manager at ETH Zurich, Dominic Hangartner, who is a professor at ETH Zurich, and Jeremy Weinstein, who is a professor at Stanford University. And we all are affiliated or have been affiliated in different ways with the Immigration Policy Lab, which is jointly based at Stanford University and ETH Zurich. And like Nessa kindly said, I'm currently based at the University of California, Santa Barbara. So the question that we look at in this project is overall, how do refugee crises end? And a fundamental part of any answer to this question of how refugee crises end is involves the long-term prospects of people who have been forcibly displaced and when people can return. And the reality is that few people who have been forcibly displaced have opportunities for 2 of the 3 durable solutions, namely local integration and third country resettlement. And so, the truth is just a very small share of people have the opportunity for local integration or third country resettlement, which means that most people living as refugees face a choice between either continued displacement, either in the country where they are at present or moving to some other country, or return. And so, this question is framed around this fact that the vast majority of people living as refugees face this challenge of between continued displacement and return. And it's critical to understand who returns and who doesn't. And so, I don't need to convince this audience of the importance of this major policy challenge around refugee return and planning for return. And in many large-scale refugee crises and situations of prolonged displacement, the prospect of return has the potential for major impacts on economics, politics, and security. First and foremost for the refugees themselves, but also for hosting countries of origin, and important implications for the policy community. And so, the question that we want to understand or provide evidence to in this project is who decides to return home, when do they plan to return home, and why? What are the drivers of those decisions? And so the evidence that I'll be presenting today is drawn from representative survey data on return intentions and its drivers based on observational survey data and experimental conjoint analysis from surveys done with Syrian refugees in Lebanon. And so just to dive right in, I want to briefly present the theoretical framework that we use to approach this question, and then move on quickly to our evidence, which we don't have a lot of time today. So we generally think about the factors that might be shaping refugees' choices about whether to return to their home country or not in three general bins. And these are sort of categories of thinking about the predictors of migration that come from a large body of work on the topic. And so, first, sort of the general class of predictors of migration, and in this case, return migration that we think about, are what are called pull factors. So this situation would refer to sort of the complex range of factors that people consider as they're living as refugees in Lebanon when they look back home to Syria. So the situation and the condition in Syria that shape people's decisions about migration, return migration. And so in this case, this would include wartime violence, people's experiences of violence in Syria, the prospect of violence in the future, post-war violence. This is something you might think of Stephanie Schwartz's work that we see as a regularity in post-war situations, in post-return situations, that there is the prospect of further violence. People might think about their economic prospects in Syria, and people might think about the political threats, arrest, retribution, torture. So this is the sort of the range of what we call pull factors that we think about in this project. And the second bin of factors is referred to as pull or push factors. So these are the conditions in Lebanon that might be shaping people's thinking about return. So many refugee hosting countries, Lebanon included, even those that are initially receptive to refugee migration, often gradually ramp up anti-refugee rhetoric and undercut refugees' legal residency and right to work, often from a logic that making conditions harder for refugees in the hosting country will push them to leave, move on, go back to their hosting country. So, there is generally a political narrative that undergirds this belief that push factors will matter. So we want to explore that as well in this project. And then third, we think about mobility costs and information. So in terms of mobility costs, households, when they're thinking about whether to return to their home country, need to weigh the financial costs and the physical risks associated with moving. These costs and risks are likely to vary depending on one's destination and the household characteristics and like family size. And then in terms of information, there's a real challenge for a household or an individual thinking about returning to their home country in trying to evaluate the costs and benefits of return. Because people might have fairly accurate information about what the conditions are in the hosting country, but beliefs about the conditions in their home country and in their place of origin are often only a guess based on limited information that they have from various sources that they try to aggregate and compare to reconcile conflicting information. So we also want to look at the role of information in people's return choices. So let's move on to what we did. And I want to tell you a little bit about the data and then move on to the results. So we collected a nationally representative survey of just over 3,000 Syrian refugee heads of household in Lebanon. And this data collection took place in August to October 2019. And so it's important to note that this survey ending on October 29 took place before the widespread protest movement in Lebanon, before the economic crisis, before COVID-19. So the last 2 years since this survey took place have really been extremely dynamic and and difficult time for people in Lebanon, Syrians and Lebanese, both. And so what we did for data collection was there was a first stage where we drew a stratified sample of towns, stratified according to the prevalence of the Syrian population relative to the total population in the town, and also stratifying along majority Lebanese sect. So Lebanon as a consociational democracy, sect plays an important role in politics. And then second, without a full listing of the households within these towns, we conducted a random walk within each of the localities that was selected in the first stage. And then in the survey, we measured household characteristics that we thought might be predictors of return, things that I talked about in the theory slide just before. We asked people about their return intentions, and we conducted a conjoint experiment, which I'll talk about more in just a minute. Okay, so let's move on to the findings from the survey. And so, the first thing that we are interested in is in people's return intentions. So let's take a look at the descriptive statistics of what people reported as their return intentions in late 2019. So we asked people if they intended to return to Syria within 1 year. So this would have been approximately by the end of 2020. And so approaching the end of 2019, about 5% of people in our sample said that they intended to return within a 1 year time period. When we zoomed that out to a 2 year time period, meaning approaching the end of 2021, approaching where we are today, we saw that about a quarter of the people in our sample reported that they intended to return. And again, I think that it's important to note that this was before the economic crisis, before the COVID-19 pandemic. And then I think another really interesting outcome is we asked people if they ever want to return. At any point in their life, do they plan to return to Syria? And we found that about 2/3 of people in this sample reported that they plan to return to Syria at some point in the future. And I mean, this is really striking just on its own. If we think about the magnitude of roughly a million plus Syrians in Lebanon, and 1/3 of them report that they do not plan to ever return to Syria. I mean, this is really a sizable share of the population that does not, as of the end of 2019, did not see a future for themselves and their families in Syria. So now let's move on to looking at the predictors of people's return intentions and predictors of steps that people took to prepare to return to Syria. And so the first step that we do for this is analysis of the observational data that we drew from the survey of people's living conditions in their place of origin in Syria, and their reported return intentions and reported preparations to return to Syria. And so we wanted to measure those general classes of factors that I talked about in that theory slide: pull factors, push factors, mobility costs, and information. And for each of these bins, we broke them up into more precise factors. So for the pull factors, we wanted to look at the role of physical safety in people's hometown, Syria, the effect of control of people's hometown, which actors controlled the hometown. Third, economic prospects in people's hometown. Fourth, the availability of services. And then fifth, people's personal networks in Syria. And so for each of these factors, as we did for the factors on the next slides that I'll talk about, we took a wide range of survey questions about, say, physical safety in someone's hometown, and we calculated an index which takes the core information from multiple, for people who aren't familiar with principal component analysis and index construction from data, it took sort of the core information from multiple variables and reduced it down to a single variable. So we have a single variable that captures core variation in the physical safety in people's hometown, and a separate single variable that captures the critical variation in the control of people's hometown in Syria. And then third, another index that captures critical variation in the economic prospects in people's hometown, et cetera. So we did the same thing to look at push factors in Lebanon. So for push factors in Lebanon, we calculated indices to measure people's economic well-being in Lebanon. 2, an index to measure people's access to services, electricity, water, schools, hospitals in Lebanon. 3rd, people's personal networks in Lebanon. 4th, people's social well-being, their networks, their integration socially in Lebanon. And then 5th, their legal status in Lebanon, residency, registration with UNHCR. And then last, to measure mobility costs, this prospect of the mobility cost if people were to return to Syria. We looked at metrics based on travel distance and household size. The idea that in general, longer trips are more costly and larger households are more costly to move back to Syria. And then last, just try and get at the importance of confidence in information about conditions back home. We asked people a battery of questions about their confidence in the information they have about the situation in Syria and their ability to access information about a range of factors like security, the availability of public services, etc. Okay, so let's take a minute. I want to step back for people that aren't experienced in reading sort of busy coefficient plots like this, just to walk the audience through this plot so that everybody is clear about what this plot is representing. Okay, so on the left-hand side of this plot, you'll see labels representing the predictors of return that we want to study the role of. So you'll see each of those pull factors in Syria, the role of safety, regime control, economic well-being, etc., all the way down to confidence in information. And on the top, you'll see 2 outcomes. So first, there's a binary outcome of whether someone reported that they intended to return to Syria in 12 months. And second, there is preparations to return. Okay, so this is an index that is reducing all of the possible steps that we ask people about in terms of preparations to return to Syria into a single index variable. And each of the dots in this plot, again, to introduce people to what this is representing, each of these dots represents the relationship between the outcome up top and the push or pull factor on the left. And what this is showing us is, based on our data, the expected change in the outcome if the push or pull factor increased by 1 standard deviation. And so the circle and triangle represent 2 different models. The triangle represents each index alone with a range of covariates, and the circle represents a model with all the indices together in a sort of horse race style model. Okay, so after that, so that brief introduction, let me walk us through briefly what we see here. Okay, so if you look at the top left, if you look at the role of pull factors in predicting people's 12-month return intentions, we see fairly consistent evidence of an increase in return intentions among people who had better prospects in terms of safety, economic well-being, the availability of services, and personal networks in their place of origin in Syria. If you shift down and look at the role of push factors in Lebanon, we see something that's surprising. We might expect that people who are better off in Lebanon, people with better economic well-being, better access to services, and stronger networks in Lebanon would be less likely to intend to return within 12 months. But in fact, we don't see clear evidence of that. And this is when we move to preparations that people have taken to return. The evidence isn't as strong as it is for intentions to return, but we see first off that for some of the pull factors in Syria, among people who had better prospects in Syria, they were more likely to take preparations to return. And similarly with push factors in Lebanon, among people who were better off in Lebanon, we don't see that they were less likely to prepare to return. If anything, we can see for some of these results, economic well-being, networks and social well-being to a much lesser extent. It seems like people who are better off in Lebanon were actually more likely to take steps to return to Syria. And then lastly, looking down at the results for mobility cost and information are not as strong. It does look like there is some evidence that people with higher confidence in information are more likely to intend to return. But I want to move forward, since we're short on time, and look at the results from the conjoint experiment. And these are the last set of results that we'll be talking about today. And so to those that aren't familiar, a conjoint experiment is, in this instance, the situation where you give people a hypothetical scenario about conditions in Syria, and you randomly vary the details of that hypothetical scenario. So we randomly varied the security situation, the economic prospects, the availability of services, and randomly varied conditions in Lebanon in this hypothetical scenario about the future. And then we asked them, in this hypothetical scenario, would you return to Syria or not? So the downside of this is that it's hypothetical. The upside is that it allows us to randomly vary these conditions that you can't randomly vary in the real world, and therefore get at the causal effect of variation in these conditions on people's intentions to return in this hypothetical setup. So just to give a quick example of what one of these would look like, and the parts that are randomly varied are in bold text. So an enumerator would read to a respondent, imagine that 1 year from now, all of Syria is quite safe. It appears that in your hometown, there are many job opportunities. As for conscription, military conscription is still in place. In Lebanon, health centers and schools are available and affordable. Finally, regarding your friends and relatives, most of them are in Syria. Under these conditions, would you return to Syria? And so what we find from this experimental setup in terms of the predictors of people's return intentions is really striking, both in the extent to which it is consistent with the observational results, but also just how strongly predictive pull factors in Syria are relative to push factors. So, first off, we see that safety in Syria is far and away the most important predictor. Having someone's hometown be safe or all of Syria be safe relative to saying that their hometown is not safe leads to an almost 40 percentage point increase in people's probability of saying that they would return in this hypothetical scenario. And then looking at jobs in Syria, public services in Syria, we see about a 10 percentage point increase. And for military conscription, we see about a 20 percentage point increase in people's return intentions. So looking now below at jobs in Lebanon and public services in Lebanon, we see here that we are able to detect effects of people having a good job in Lebanon or being able to access public services in Lebanon on people's return intentions, unlike the observational analysis. But the effect sizes are very small. So even though these effects are detectable in the conjoint, we can see that having a good job in Lebanon only decreases somebody's probability of saying that they would return by a couple percentage points, 2 or 3 percentage points. Similarly with being able to access public services in Lebanon. And then last, we see that if people have family and friends in Lebanon, this does not change their reported intentions to return. If they have family and friends in Syria, it increases their intentions to return by about 5 percentage points. So overall, we see that the most important predictors in this conjoint are conditions in Syria, which aligns with what we saw in the observational data analysis. Okay, so let's see. So just to close up, wrap up, take a minute to reflect on the results. So we saw that relatively few Syrians at the end of 2019 reported that they planned to return by October 2020, just about 5%, but most, 2/3, said that they wanted to return eventually at some point in their life. But 2/3, still, 1/3 of 1 million plus people is really a very large share of people that don't see a future for them, themselves and their family in Syria. And then last, looking sort of together at the observational analysis and the conjoint experiment, see the most important predictors of people's return intentions are safety conditions in Syria. Second, economic conditions and public services in their place of origin. And then sort of a big drop in terms of the predictive power of factors to networks and family and friends. And then last, conditions in Lebanon, which surprisingly played the smallest role of all the factors that we measured. And so, I mean, a couple of reflections just to wrap up is, I mean, I see this as really reaffirming the fundamental humanitarian mandate of the refugee protection regime. That, you know, when people are thinking about whether to continue living in a second country as a refugee or return to their home country, they look to threats and safety in their home country. Their decision is driven by safety conditions in Syria, not by economic opportunity in Lebanon. And this also suggests the possibility that the policy framework that sort of unwelcoming hosting states often use in making life hard for refugees with this sort of this informal theory in their head that if life is hard for refugees, they'll be more likely to return, is ultimately misguided. And that making life harder for refugees may in fact not make them more likely to return to their home country. And so what this suggests is that supporting refugees in a hosting country will simply improve people's well-being, but will not change their return intentions. While in contrast, making life difficult for refugees in the hosting country will simply increase immiseration, but will not make them more likely to return. And in contrast, improving conditions in people's place of origin may be the key to increasing return. And last, I think there's the possibility for more information, thinking about the role of information. And we saw small but consistent effects for the fact that information may increase, that credible information may increase people's return intentions. Okay, so with that, I will end my screen share. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thanks, Dan. That was a great presentation and such an important piece of research. One initial clarification question from Isabel about the vignettes that were presented. Were they presented as a prompt and were the bolded parts in bold? And how many of those vignettes were presented per respondent?
So the vignettes were read to the respondents. So I mean, the sort of the range of people who were surveyed was really quite diverse in a number of factors, including socioeconomic status and past educational history. So some of the survey respondents were sort of low literacy, and so to make sure that this was delivered to everyone in the same way, the enumerators read the hypothetical scenario to respondents, and I believe it was three iterations of the hypothetical scenario for each person. So they were introduced, that they will be read, three different hypothetical scenarios. And yeah, so that was presented, varied 3 times to each respondent.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think from a practice perspective, 2 things really stick out at me that are particularly interesting from this paper. I think the first is the point that you made towards the end about how this, in this case, forced displacement is not a cover for economic migration, given the fact that the vast majority of refugees do intend to return to Syria when conditions improve. And I think you spoke a little bit about the policy implications of that, but I think that was really interesting. And I think the second is the use of sort of rationalist models of household decision making about return from displacement is interesting. And I wonder if you could speak a little bit more to how you and the team think about using those when studying a population whose decisions are necessarily influenced by violence or conflict.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is ultimately an empirical project. We draw on a lot of other work that has developed these theories about individual or household decision making, and I mean the way that we try to bridge those is we in the survey ask questions about individual intentions, about household intentions, about the conditions for individuals and for the households, and I think one thing that we can't speak to just with this intentions data, but I hope that future research that looks at sort of return behavior, not just return intentions, is going to be able to explore is when individuals return versus when full households return, when households end up doing sort of a split return where some members return, but some stay in the hosting country. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of complexity there that still needs to be explored.
Great, thank you very much. I realize, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get through all the questions in the chat, but perhaps the presenters would be so kind as to answer some by text if possible. With that, thank you very much, Dan. We're going to move on to Danny. Danny Bahar is an associate professor at Brown University, and he will be talking to us about his work about returnees to the former Yugoslavia. Danny, whenever you're ready. There seems to be some kind of, oh, there we are. Danny, go ahead. I think you might be on mute. We still can't hear you, unfortunately.
Now, Carl, you can, right?
We can, yes.
Sorry about that. All right. I'm an immigrant, but immigrants on average are much more better than me in doing things. So, and that's what I'm going to talk about. All right. Thank you so much for allowing me to present. And, you know, it's really great to be among so many people whose work I admire and I follow closely. And this is a paper that actually been working for a while. You know, I must say that it has been accepted already for publication. That doesn't mean that I'm sure you will have great comments, and we definitely will you know, will inform also this work with the future. But I thought it was important to put that out there. And I mean, we just talked about the likelihood a little bit of when refugees want to come back, and now I'm going to tell you what happens when they actually come back and how important that flow is in the reconstruction of a place in particular that went through war. So I think it's very relevant for what's happening in Syria and what's happening in Venezuela and other countries. And this is the case of Yugoslavian returning refugees in the 1990s. And this is joint work with my co-authors here on the screen. So I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about the context. I mean, all of this you already know about the importance of refugees and the fact that we have little evidence on refugees returning. And this paper in particular is really looking at how migrants, refugees in this case, really can play a role in shaping the economic structure of their home countries when they return. And again, looking at the case of Yugoslavian refugees in the 1990s. So what we do in this paper is that we actually exploit a natural experiment of Yugoslavian refugees who were hosted by Germany for a few years temporarily, and we're going to be using social security data of these refugees while in Germany. And our, you know, simply put, our question asks, can returning refugees, after having worked abroad in a specific sector, explain better export performance of the same sector at home when they return? And essentially here we're trying to get to the idea that, you know, when these refugees were integrated into those economies, which is of course important policy implication, they were exposed to better technology, better knowledge, better best practices, and we are asking to what extent they were actually able to bring those back, and how does that reflect into higher exports, which is the main variable we're looking at here. But we're also looking at some productivity outcomes. And basically our main result is, the answer is yes. Between 1990 and 2005, we find that Yugoslavian industries that had 10% more returnees exhibit a larger exports by 0.8 to 1.6%. So these are elasticities. But for you to have a sense of actually what this means in practice is that in our sample, the returning refugees explain up to 6% of all the export growth in former Yugoslavia during 1990 to 2005, and you know, our sample is it's a representative sample, but it's a very small one. So if you actually think that this number was much higher, they can actually explain a big portion. And this is a paper in which we went, we were very obsessed with the causal, to trying to make a causal inference, and we have an IV strategy that will or many identification strategies, an IV strategy that uses exogenous allocation rules for asylum seekers in Germany. Asylum seekers in this context are a subset of all the refugees, and I'm gonna explain that better. I'm not gonna talk too much about the different tests for the mechanisms because of time, but I'll just give you the punchline. All results we claim, and we feel very strongly about it, are consistent with industry level productivity shifts, responding to returning refugees, bringing that know-how, and we're able to rule out a bunch of different things that could also explain those results, like structural transformation convergence, scale issues, like you have more migrants coming back, so automatically you get a bigger industry, bilateral trade costs through networks. That's not something we see here. Or the ability of immigrants to bring capital, and that expands industries. Those are not the mechanisms that we're seeing here. We're really we have a lot of evidence to show that this is a productivity increase. And as part of that, I am going to show you a couple of, hopefully towards the end, some results showing that particularly the people who drive our results. I mean, these Yugoslavian refugees that are the ones driving our results are people in particular occupations, which we describe as those more apt to transfer knowledge, technologies, and best practices. So these are skilled, professionals, people performing analytical and cognitive tasks, people in supervisory roles, people who are working for the highest paying firms, and people who actually experience very fast wage growth, meaning that they actually learned a lot while they were in Germany. I'm going to skip a little bit the contribution because we all know the literature well, and for the sake of time, I want to try to get to the results. So the background for our study is Yugoslavia, this country that existed until the early 1990s. In 1991, Yugoslavia starts a process that ends with its disintegration into 6 countries and 7 later on when Kosovo also secedes. And this doesn't make justice to all the story, but in a punchline, Croatia and Slovenia are the first countries that decide to secede from Yugoslavia, and there's the fighting begins right away. But the fighting really escalates in 1992 when Bosnia votes for independence, and that really leads to a very bloody and disastrous ethnic war between Muslims and Serbs and Croats around the territory. That was also fueled by the armed forces of the different nations involved. As in any other war, this resulted in a massive forced displacement, the largest forced displacement actually since World War II at the time. And this all ends on paper, at least in 1995, with the signature of the Dayton Accords that marked the end to the war. We're talking about 3.7 million people, who were 16% of the population, who actually had to flee their homes, that were forcibly displaced. From those, about 800,000 left to foreign countries. And the most common destination for those who left to a foreign country was Germany, that accepted about 600,000 Yugoslavian refugees. So at the time, the German authorities decided to create a new category in terms of visas for this population. That's something that happens often, like not always, like people who we would think are refugees are actually recognized as refugees. Same thing for Venezuelans in Colombia. They have a special visa. They're not formally recognized as refugees. The Germans at the time created something called a Duldung status. I'm sure there's some German speakers in the room, so correct me if I'm wrong, but Duldung means toleration. So it was essentially a visa that allowed people to work in the labor force with no restrictions, but it lasted for 6 months, but it was renewed every 6 months almost automatically as long as the war was going on. So it was it means toleration because it was essentially a suspended deportation status. So as long as you had the Duldung, you were not going to be deported. You had a right to be there as long as it was safe, or as long as it was not safe to go back. There's a small share of people, which we're going to use for empirical purposes, that opted for actually requesting asylum or refugee status. This was a costly process. You know, they have to go through, as some of you know, through like individual interviews. They have to show that they have been persecuted and so on. But there were some people that thought that that was a better way for them to stay in the country in the long run. So some people actually requested asylum. If they were denied, they also could have the chance to ask for the duldum. So you're going to have a lot of people who requested asylum, perhaps were denied and went on for the duldum status. And these actually we're going to use for our IB strategy. Hopefully I'll get to explain that in theory. Otherwise, you'll have to believe me, it's well identified. But anyway, what happens in 1995? The Dayton Accords were signed, officially marking the end of the war. And at that point, the German authorities had really no reason to further renew the duldum status. That was kind of the deal to begin with. And they actually start with an enforced repatriation for duldum holders that the status expired. So just for you to have an idea, between 1996 and 2000, more than 75% of these migrants or Yugoslavian refugees were repatriated back to former Yugoslavian countries. Our data, when we look at social security data, we don't see these huge rates, but we still see a significant rate of return in the way that we measure return, which is not perfect, but it gets us a great deal to that place. This is how our data looks at this, by the way. You know, these are all the workers, Yugoslavian workers that come into Germany year by year. The bars here are the net inflow. So you know, you start seeing that there's a lot of Yugoslavian workers entering the labor force in Germany very significantly in the early 1990s. The line here is the stock. So of course, when the net inflows are positive, the stock is going down. Is going up, I'm sorry. And then after 1995, when, according to the story I just told you, we see it in the data, there is a net outflow of Yugoslavian workers from the labor force. And then really the levels of Yugoslavian population in Germany goes down almost, it doesn't go all the way to converge to what it was before, but it goes down pretty dramatically. These points that you see here are the asylum requests. So there is, of course, an increase in asylum requests in the early 1990s, and then it goes down almost to the level to zero. But again, that's, and it's a significant amount. It's not tiny, but it's about half of the people who are actually entering who request for asylum. Just a word on the data. We're using basically data, administrative data, essentially from the Social Security of Germany. This is confidential data. It's from the Institute of Employment Research. And it covers 80% of the workforce. We have a random sample of 40% of foreign nationals every year, and actually we expand that by following over time any individual who is sampled at least once. So our sample actually is quite representative, we believe. And we focus on tradable industries, and you know, the workers in tradable industries in Germany results in a representative sample of workers that is about 20,000 workers, as I said before. And our main source of the left-hand side variable, even though I'm going to change it quite a bit, is just simply publicly available export data. So we're looking really at all the exports from the Yugoslavian countries to the rest of the world, using you know, UN Comtrade data, and using 4-digit industries. So we have about 700 or 800 industries, tradable industries, of course. One thing we do, and I mean, I can talk about that offline if you guys want, but we don't have, because of the data that only exists for Yugoslavia for 1991 and then exists for all the different countries later, we actually create, you know, we treat Yugoslavia or the Yugoslavian nations as one country as a whole before and after. So we aggregate all the exports from Croatia, Bosnia, Serbia, etc., into one unit after 1991, and we're looking at Yugoslavia as a whole before and after. I'm talking about before and after, so you probably should have foreseen that I'm going to talk about a diff and diff, which is our very, very main simple specification. There's nothing fancy here. Basically, what we're doing, I mean, our main results are going to look at, you know, we're going to, each observation or sample is going to be one product and a period. So we have the before and after. And what we're going to look at is the exports from Yugoslavia to the rest of the world. And we actually exclude Germany just to make sure that it's not a bilateral trade story, even though we do more on that. And then simply we have a diff and diff, where the treatment is the number of the Yugoslavian refugees that work in each industry in Germany that basically we categorize as Duldung holders. So these are people who appeared in the German labor force between 91 and 95, basically who came because of the war, and that had left by 2000. Essentially, they were repatriated because the Duldung status had expired. The before period is before the war, 1990, and after period is about 15 years later in 2005, just to give some time for these to kick in. These are treatment works. I'm just gonna skip this for the sake of time. If I want you to remember something from this talk, it's gonna be this figure. I'm gonna show you with raw data. There's nothing here. There's no fixed effects. There's no regression. There's nothing. I always like to show at least raw data and see if at least there's a correlation there. So I'm going to show you basically the exports from Yugoslavia to the rest of the world across time, but I'm going to divide them in 4 groups, and the 4 groups correspond to the 4 quartiles of the treatment. So the first quartile are the industries in which there was very few, almost non-Yugoslavian workers in Germany during that period of time. Quartile 2 is, the next quartile, also very few workers. And then you start seeing a little bit more workers. And then quartile 4 are the industries that actually had many, many more workers in Yugoslavian workers in Germany during that time. And this graph, I like it because it has a couple of things. First of all, before 1995, roughly, I'm not saying that this is a rigorous test, but roughly you see that the trends are quite parallel. But then afterwards, you do see a big divergence based on the treatment. And this is what I'm going to show you with a diff and diff and with all the controls and the IV, etc. Identification is a big deal on this paper, and it's really going to take me, I have only 10 minutes, it's going to take me a long while to get through it. So I am going to kind of give you roughly the idea. There are 2 main threats of identification that we think are the most important ones, and they all have to do with self-selection, right? The first one is self-selection into export sectors, meaning I'm a Yugoslavian worker. I arrived to Germany in 1992. This is a little bit of a long shot, but we're economists. We have to think about everything. And I think, maybe in 2000, the Yugoslavian car industry is gonna really start shooting. So maybe I want to work in cars in Germany while I'm here, so that I'll have the experience. That is a source of possible endogeneity that we look at. The second one is self-selection and exit, meaning like when the Duldung status expires. It's already the year 2000, 1998, and I'm being forced. I mean, this repatriation was quite enforced. But let's say, like, if I saw that there was a future for me and my occupation in Yugoslavia, I might have been more likely to actually collaborate with authorities to go back. So we deal with the 2 of them. And the first one, what we do essentially is that here's where we use the asylum seekers. So the story of the asylum seekers, if you were an asylum seeker, which is a subset of all the refugees at that time, you were exogenously sent to a different state of Germany, a different province or state of Germany, based on the coin. My German is very bad, but the Coinsteiner key. So it was an agreement between the states of Germany on how to divide the burden in terms of asylum seekers, which had to do. Each state will get more or less asylum seekers based on their tax revenues and their population at the time of their arrival. So based on that, and based on the baseline distribution of industries in each state, we kind of come up with a distribution like asylum seekers should be working in these industries. So based on that, that's our first stage to actually say something about what is the actual distribution, to explain the actual distribution of workers, of Yugoslavian workers in German industries, based on what we think is a very decently well exogenous allocation. So here's an example. Like, if I'm a person who asks for asylum seeker and I'm sent to Bavaria, and I end up in Munich, and 90% of Munich industries is cars, very likely I'm going to end up working in cars, right? So I'm using that exogenous, what we call an exogenous rule, to say something about the actual distribution of refugees in industries. We can talk about it, whether this is exogenous or not, and we think a lot about that, and we can talk about it in the Q&A. The second one, the second thread is exogenous exit, like meaning are people actually deciding to go more likely to collaborate with enforcement to go back if they are in an industry in which there's a future for it. And here what we do is to show you basically that essentially the same people, the same share of Yugoslavian workers who enter industry, the car industry, is the same share that left. So the entry and exit are pretty much aligned in the 45-degree line. Is not completely random, but the correlation is 0.88. So we don't see like huge disparities on certain industries in which people really decided to stay more than the people that decided to go in. I probably have a few minutes left, so I'm glad I got to the results. It doesn't always happen. So these are the main results. It's a very simple diff and diff. The OLS is on the left-hand side, the 2 SLS on the right-hand side. These were the numbers I told you at the beginning come from. This is all in asymph H, the asymptotic inverse hyperbolic sign. So these can be interpreted as elasticities because these are large numbers. So basically, this is the number that said at the beginning that the industries that had 10% more returning refugees will experience an increase, or we will end up having exports that are 9 to 16% higher 15 years later. And again, here we have exports in logs export +1 in the inverse hyperbolic sign. So you choose whichever you want. But this is basically our main result. This, when we do this in an event study kind of thing, and I'm showing this because I think there's an interesting pattern. So basically here, I'm showing you industries that have no treatment, so no refugees returned in those industries, versus industries that have one standard deviation of treatment. And what you see here is that after 1995, there is, the industries where treated are much more likely to have higher exports after the end of the period. This starts basically after, in the third and fourth period, so it takes a bit of time to kick in. Interestingly enough, and it's not unexpected, that part of the effect is not so much that the treated industries did much better, but that they did less bad, right? So there's a big dip first, and the treated industries suffer less from that dip, and that kind of makes sense in a country that just went through war. But it seems that these refugees are actually playing a role in rebuilding a lot of these industries. We have a bunch of results showing also like productivity measures, comparative advantage measures, not only plain exports. So if you're interested, you can see the paper. We have a bunch of results using UNIDO data only for Bosnia and for Serbia and specific countries, and it all really, the story, it's all goes together. The last thing I want to show you is who drives the results. Who are these refugees that are more important in driving more results? And to do that, what we did is to, we do have a lot of information of these workers. So we actually divide the workers in 6 different characteristics. Those that are skilled versus unskilled workers in terms of education, like college or secondary. I shouldn't use the word unskilled anymore. I try to call them fundamental workers, borrowing Michael Clemens terminology, which I think is much better. Then you have occupations intensive in manual tasks versus occupations intensive in analytical and cognitive tasks. Then you have low versus high skilled professions, like low skilled professions are drivers and carpenters. High skilled professions are engineers, lawyers, technicians, economists, accountants. Then you have then we also have workers who self-report as a manager versus those that don't. Then we have workers that work at the top 25% of paying firms in Germany versus those that work at the bottom 75%. Arguably, you can think that those firms at the top are more productive. And then we also have workers that actually their wage grows really fast while they were in Germany versus those that the wage doesn't grow as fast. Again, it could be a measure of productivity increases for the workers themselves. And our results are here. So we don't have a lot of good variation in all of them because, sometimes they're very noisy. But consistently, we, at least in terms of point estimates, we always find that the skilled workers, the workers in analytical tasks, the workers in high school professions, supervisors, etc., are the ones driving our results. And for half of them at least, we see strong statistical significance. So So again, this says like this is consistent with the idea that these workers are really transferring somehow the technologies and the know-how and the knowledge back home, and that actually translates into higher productivity, higher exports. In the case of this paper in particular, it's a big part of my research agenda. I have a bunch of papers looking at that. Last 2 minutes, I want to make sense of a couple of things that I think are important, because you might ask, well, how? I mean, what the hell? You have like maybe 20,000 workers in your sample, and then maybe some industries have like 10, 15, 2 people, you know, and they are like really having such an impact on exports. Well, you know, we're trying to push science, you know, step by step, but I think that there's some interesting anecdotal evidence that we found very consistent. So Bill Easterly, in his book, 2001, actually described the story of Desh, the big textile factory in Bangladesh. And it's based also in some research by the World Bank at the time. And they show that between 1980, I don't know if you know, but between 1980 and 86, the garments industry in Bangladesh rose from 0.5 to 30% of the export share of the whole country, of the whole export basket. And anecdotally, this is an anecdote, of course, but it is attributed to 130 Bangladeshi workers, only 4 of them were managers, who spent 8 months in 1979 training in Korea, right? So this anecdote like makes you think maybe a few people can actually play a huge role, and there is actually more and more evidence of that. You know, Nick Bloom and his co-authors have found like interesting results on managers, on increasing export revenues for firms. These are huge effects. Michela Giorcella has amazing work showing that you know, through the Marshall Plan, a lot of help was given to Italy, and just a few managers in different firms played a big role in increasing the productivity of those firms. So I think we are into something here that is consistent with the work of many. And you know, just to conclude, we really think, based on this paper and other work I've been doing, that, you know, migrants are really an important driver of technology and knowledge diffusion. And this is an idea that is at the core of the gains from migration. You know, if productivity explains the vast majority of cross-country income differences, and know-how and technology can explain a huge increase in productivity, so then, you know, maybe migrants are at the key of economic development, and that's a lot of what I devote my time to. And you know, in this paper, we're really trying to get to that, providing a neat natural experiment. And you know, the policy implications are many, but you know, the most trivial one, just to keep it short, is like the importance of integration of refugees in the host country's labor market, because they can really play a huge role in the post-conflict reconstruction of their home countries. Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. That was wonderful. I think maybe one initial question is I'm wondering if you can help us think a little bit about the generalizability of these findings. So do we expect things like this to only be salient in patterns like this to only be salient in middle or high income countries where there might be sufficient educational opportunities at home, or alternatively high skilled labor for refugees in their hosting country? How should we be thinking about that?
Well, Appendix I or J, one of those. Actually, we do that. We a little bit do the, you know, there's a trade-off, because we want to get too much into the causal thing, so we can't say something at that level of rigorosity with rigor with the whole country. But we do the exercise, and we do find actually that using all the foreigners in the German labor force, and you know, we don't have the exact thing of returning and the timing and so on, but we do find in this paper in particular that those results hold, that you know, there is a correlation between the number of workers working in each sector in Germany and the performance of those sectors at home. So that's a bit of what we do in terms of external validity. You know, again, it was kind of section 1 of the paper, then became section 2, and now it's Appendix H. But lastly, we do have other work on that, right? So I do have a paper with Helen Rappaport in the EJ in 2018 that also looks at cross-country variation. Actually looks at that, looks at when French people moved to South Africa, I mean, that's actually a thing in the late 1700s. Maybe they were part of what explains the huge and very renowned and delicious wine industry in South Africa nowadays. So that's very much part of my research, and we do have evidence that it's a wider phenomenon.
Great, that's very well taken, and looking forward to hearing more about the expansion of that research agenda. Being mindful of time, I'm going to move on to Isabel, despite the fact that there are a couple of questions for you, Danny, in the chat, so I'll leave those to you. Isabel Ruiz is a fellow in economics at the University of Oxford, and she will similarly be helping us think through what happens when refugees do return home. So Isabel, over to you. We can't hear you, unfortunately. But we can see your screen.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, let me see if I can get this going. And can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with my camera, but I guess I'll start this way. Thank you so much to the organizers for the invitation to present. Today I will be presenting a work with Carlos Vargas Silva, who's also here at the University of Oxford, and this is on refugee return and social cohesion. Just to give you an idea of these papers, we've been working on these for a while now. We collected data in Burundi in 2011, 2015, and this is kind of the last part of this project. I think this is probably going to be one of the last papers we provide with this data we collected. And it was we work on it, especially for the World Bank, on a project called Preventing Social Conflict and Promoting Social Cohesion in Forced Displacement Contexts. So we all know that that one of the preferred solutions to displacement for many refugees is to return home. We've been talking about that throughout the conference, and we know that for some of these refugees, return will occur eventually, even if decades have passed since they left their home communities, as we just saw in Danny's paper, and we can trace what has happened with them after many years having returned. We also know that some will be forced to return by their host countries. We just had a case presented in that sense. However, there's very scarce evidence to date on the impact of repatriation or return migration on social cohesion in communities of return. There is, for example, a recent World Bank review on the evidence of social cohesion and forced displacement that points that issues of return and repatriation are largely invisible in the literature, and that this absence weakens a programmatic ability to devise inclusive intervention in return areas. So we think this is an important topic, trying to understand what happens after refugees return. So what we do in this paper is we're going to explore the impact of repatriation on social cohesion in communities of return, and we're going to be focusing on Burundi for the empirical analysis. We're also going to explore how these effects differ across different subsamples based on ethnic composition, pre-war land scarcity, and attitudes towards refugees. And here, the important aspect is to think whether those who stayed, those that did not leave the country, and those that returned perceive each other in a way that would reduce social cohesion. So trying to think about this aspect of social cohesion, what we did was to try to build up a conceptual motivation. And we looked into 4 different types of literatures: the literature on out-group and in-group cooperation after conflict, on displacement, return and identity formation, community heterogeneity, and competition for scarce resources. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we conceptualized this study and the hypothesis that we had prior going into the empirical analysis. And we know that in this literature of out-group and in-group cooperation, there's been some evidence that exposure to violence and conflict leads to more pro-social behavior. And this has been in a myriad of activities, from behaving more altruistically, including in lab games, to higher likelihoods of joining social groups. However, that increase in pro-social behavior tends to be towards one's own identity group members. Right, so conflict reinforces societal divisions between groups. In other words, less cooperation with out-group members. So we posit that the process of displacement and return can create divergent identities between returnees and stays, especially after a long time has passed, right? Returnees, for example, share the common experience of escaping conflict, adapting to life abroad, sometimes even growing up abroad, sometimes having even been born abroad and then returning home, with many being forced to return. On the other hand, stays can have different perceptions of patriotism, nationhood, and deservedness of limited community resources, given their role of having stayed and having had to protect these resources during the conflict. And in fact, Stephanie Schwartz has done a beautiful ethnographic work, specifically in the case of Burundi, where she provides evidence that of group identification based on the location during war. Less repatriés and less residents. I don't speak French, so excuse my pronunciation. But she provides evidence that there's been this difference between the returnees and the stays. With the stays even calling the returnees the Tanzanians, because that's where I'm going to show you that's where most refugees went. And I just wanted to read you this quote from Stephanie's paper, where she says that migration-related divisions not only cut across ethnicity, but frequently divided families where members had lived on either side of the border during war. As such, migration-related categorizations existed independent of, although sometimes associated with, ethnic categorization. So that led to our first two hypotheses. So returnees are likely to be seen as an out-group members by stays and vice versa. Therefore, repatriation may have a negative impact on social cohesion. And our second hypothesis was that the effect of repatriation on social cohesion would be more negative or less positive in communities with stronger signs of migration-related divisions. We also looked into the literature on community homogeneity, and we know that the level of diversity of the receiving community in terms of key markers of identity also plays a role. There's a large literature on these, on the implications of multiculturalism, but one of the things that comes out in this specific literature is that individuals often react negatively to threats to homogeneity, at least in the short term, right? So when there's a lot of homogeneity, difference doesn't sit very well, at least in the sort of in a short period of time. So in communities that are more homogeneous in relation to other key markers of identity, the arrival of returnees with clearly different identity can have more adverse effects on social cohesion. So that led to our third hypothesis when we were trying to come up with a conceptual framework that the effect of repatriation on social cohesion should be more negative or less positive in communities with less diversity related to other factors. So obviously, economic factors also play a role, and the impact of repatriation is not only confined to identity issues, right? There could be broader economic concerns. Refugee return could also reduce social cohesion because of additional competition for resources, especially when resources are scarce, and in the case of Burundi, this even more so. And this effect should be greater for those resources in which scarcity cannot be solved in the short term. And particularly here, we're talking about land. And this will play a role in our empirical analysis, as I will show in a minute. But this led to our last hypothesis, in which we pose that the effect of repatriation on social cohesion should be more negative or less positive in communities in which resources are scarcer. So some of you might be familiar, but some of you might not. So I'll give you a little bit of the context. Burundi underwent a conflict during 1993 and 2005, where 5% of the population was killed and about 10% was international displaced. Around then, the population was 5.5 million residents. So what's particularly interesting about this displacement is that most displacement occurred by foot. So people walked, and most refugees ended up going to Tanzania, which was the regional safe haven. So over 90% of the refugees during the civil conflict went to Tanzania. And eventually Tanzania pushed them out, right? They eventually closed the refugee camps. They ended up protections and services, and refugees had to return. There was a large return. Over 500,000 refugees returned in the period of a few years. What was key about this context is also that returnees were able to reclaim land in their communities of origin. And remember that this is a scarce resource in this country, but the recovery of the promised agricultural land was very problematic, right? Having to go back to your own community and trying to show that this was your own land and so on. Just to show you sort of a bit of some data, this is the number of the Burundian refugees in Tanzania. You can see that there's, before 1993, there's already some refugees in Tanzania. This is from a 1972 conflict. Many of these refugees ended up staying in Tanzania and were granted citizenship. But then we see the large inflow after the 1993 conflict, and then we see the period of return. Now in 2015, there's a new wave of displacement from Burundi. As I mentioned before, we collected data in 2011 and 2015, but I'd like to point out that the data we collected in 2015 was before this new displacement started taking place. So what we do in this paper is we're going to use data from Burundi. We have household survey in which 15 households were interviewed in 100 communities across the 17 provinces of the country. We also have a community survey in which a local leader was interviewed in each of the 100 communities. And the number of communities selected in each province was based on the 2008 census. We excluded data for Bujumbura. We collected data, as I mentioned, 2011, 2015, but we will use the 2015 data for the analysis. This is just a map of Burundi again, and this is just to show you where we collected the data, where the places, the communities in which we collected the data. So how do we measure social cohesion? As we know, social cohesion is quite a complex concept. It's a multi-dimensional concept. So we try to approach the concept through different ways. One was, for example, thinking about support, measures of support. One example of a question was, how well do people in your community help each other these days? We also use conflict and reconciliations, questions related to that, like, in your opinion, is this community generally peaceful or marked by violence? We use measures of trust. We ask, please indicate the extent to which you trust the following people, groups, and institutions, and we gave them a list of different type of people and institutions. I will show you in a minute. And household member participation in specific organizations, right? We ask how many household members are active members of any of the following organizations, and we included a list of organizations that they could have membership with. So this just is an example of the different measures of social cohesion that we included, not only helping each other, but whether they could borrow money, whether they had reconciled with war, whether justice had been done, in terms of trust, whether they trust returnees, other ethnic groups, community leaders, and participation in different associations. So what we do is, with this data, we're going to run a regression where our dependent variable is going to be one of those indicators of social cohesion. We include a province indicator. R is the share of returnees in the community. We include household level controls and community level controls, but our estimate of interest is better, right? The one related to the share of returnees in the community. And we're going to, because when we were defining our sort of conceptual framework, we were also interested in different aspects of the communities and different subsamples. We divided our subsample by ethnicity. In Burundi, the Hutus are 85%, Tutsis are 14%, another 1%, but we define a community as less ethnically diverse if the majority groups accounted for 90% of the population. Just to give you an idea, about 45% of respondents live in less ethnically diverse communities. We use pre-land availability, and a community has more pre-war land availability if the community leader indicated that the pre-land availability was high and the quality was high, or very high. So there was those different options. And we also look at a subsample measuring attitudes towards return. In here, what we did is we added the forced responses to a return question. In the return question, we asked whether if people go abroad and comes back, whether they help the country, whether they fit in or bring new ideas and receive preferential treatment. So based on those 4 questions, we created sort of a variable where higher variable values indicated worse attitudes. And we divided these above and below the mean. So just for identification purposes, and in here, I'm just not gonna spend too much time. You have the paper in there, but Tanzania mandated the return of all Burundian refugees from the 1993 conflict, and returnees also had very strong incentive to return to the communities of origin, as this was the place where they were entitled to land. I have 10 minutes, so I think I should be hopefully on time finishing this. Now, with our identification, there's a concern that communities with initially large levels of international displacement and more return later on could be inherently different from other communities, and that this might be driving the results, right? So what we do is we use an instrument for the share of returnees in the population, and we use a geographic instrument. We use proximity to Tanzania and flatness. In other words, altitude, but because of the way we define it, we called it flatness. So the idea here is that once we control for exposure, international displacement would depend on the accessibility of a safe haven. And displacement occurred, as I mentioned, by food. So distance to the border and altitude affected the level of international displacement from a given community. We ran traditional tests on instruments and used pre-conflict information, and we showed that proximity and flatness were not related to unobserved factors that affect variables related to social cohesion. So let me walk you through the results. When we look at the measures of support, what we found is that when we look at the variable of whether they help each other, there's a negative and significant coefficient. In other words, what we find in here is that a 10 percentage point increase in the population share of returnees in a community leads to a 10.3 percentage point reduction in the likelihood of stating that the community members mostly help each other. Now, the coefficient changes when we look at the different subgroups, right? So we see that the coefficient is substantially larger in communities with more negative attitudes towards return, which are less ethnically diverse, and which have less pre-land availability. So this supports our initial expectation regarding the communities in which the impact of refugee returns should be more negative. We also explore the impact of refugee return on the possibility of borrowing money for emergency from individuals outside the household. And we see again that there's a negative coefficient in our overall regression. We find that 10 percentage point increase in the population share of returnees decreases the possibility of borrowing, decreases the likelihood of stating that it is possible to borrow money by 8.4 percentage points. But in here, we see also different dynamics across subsamples of communities that are different in the previous variable. Now the coefficient is larger for more ethnically diverse communities and for communities with more positive attitudes towards return. This is obviously contrary to our original expectation, but it's still the case that the coefficient for communities with less pre-war land availability is larger for other communities. We also look at the impact of refugee return on violence and reconciliation measure. And again, what we find in here is that a 10 percentage point increase in the population share of refugees leads to a 5.6% reduction in the likelihood of perceiving the community as a peaceful one. And the coefficient is similar across more or less diverse communities, but the story changes if we divide communities on attitudes towards return. So in those communities where there's more negative attitudes towards return, the coefficient is larger and statistically significant. Now, for most of the other measures of trust, most of the coefficients are insignificant. There are some cases in which it's different that I'm not going to go into those for the for time. Sorry, this was on violence and reconciliation measures. So finally, we looked also at the impact of refugee return on trust measures, and we find different dynamics in here, right? Although we find that the main coefficients, none of them are statistically significant when we look at the first column, at all the at the whole sample. What we see is that even if none are statistically significant, all are positive, and this contrasts with our previous results in which return had negative effects on different measures related to social cohesion, right? But there are some variations in here, which I won't go into discuss, but there are some different variations when we look at different subsamples. Finally, looking at the impact of refugee return on household participation in community activities, well, we see that overall the results suggest mixed dynamics regarding the impact of refugee return on participation of these communities. So refugee return leads to more participation, for example, in agricultural cooperatives in communities that are less ethnic, that has less ethnic diversity, and more pre-war land availability, and worse in those that have negative attitudes towards return. But also the coefficients that are statistically significant for the other three types of community participation are negative. So let me just follow up with the conclusions. Before I go into that, we conducted a couple of robustness tests. We limited the sample to STEs only, and what we find in there is that slightly with larger coefficients, somewhat more significant, but main story remains the same, and changing our measure of returnee share of the population. So instead of relying from the household roster to the information, we've relied on the information of the community leader. And again, here the story remained the same. So let me summarize what we did in here. We know that repatriation involves the re-encounter of groups that were separated for many years and often decades, and this process could lead to the re-establishment of all societal divisions or the creation of new ones. And the results suggest varying impacts of refugee return on different aspects of social cohesion. Stronger effects suggest that refugee return has a negative impact on feeling that the community members help each other, could borrow money for emergency from non-household members, and felt that the community is peaceful. And the estimated impacts on measures of reconciliation, post-conflict justice, trust, participation in community groups are mostly statistically significant. However, the results from subsamples suggest that the negative effect on the feeling that community members help each other tends to be stronger in communities with worse attitudes towards refugee return. The negative effect of feeling that community members help each other tends to be stronger in communities with less ethnic diversity. And the negative effect of the feeling that community members help each other tends to be stronger in communities with less pre-land availability. So these are a lot of results, and putting them together in a whole story is quite difficult, but the results do suggest that there is not a single driver mechanism related to refugee return that can cover all aspects of a complex concept, such as social cohesion. However, the results do suggest that the process of out-migration and return could lead to new divisions in society based on the location of individuals. And here we're thinking about that separation between those, the returnees and the stayees. And these effects could be present in other countries or even supersede and get mixed with previous societal divisions. So thank you all for listening, and looking forward to the questions.
Thank you so much, Isabel. That was fascinating. I think I found that the takeaway that new divisions might form depending on where individuals are located during the conflict to be particularly interesting. And sort of that the results suggest that migration-related divisions might be more salient in communities with less ethnic diversity. That's fascinating to me. I think one question that I have for you is, given, as you say, return is often sort of the desired policy solution for refugee crises, but your work sort of presents this very complex set of effects on social cohesion, how should we be thinking about the policy implications of your work?
So, so there's different things, right? That we know that social cohesion is an area which is difficult to isolate single factors, and therefore shaping policy around them is quite challenging. However, it would be possible to identify the type of issues and the type of communities that need particular attention at the policy design stage, right? Trying to identify what are sort of, if there's problems with trust, if there's problems with sort of perception about those who return, and finding ways of, at the policy stage, at policy design stage, trying to sort of include them into these. You hear many cases of where the hosts get, where the returnees get upset because where the stayees get upset because the returnees are being helped a lot coming back, which also happens in hosting societies anyways. But it's thinking about how to integrate both and thinking about those issues at the design stage. That obviously require understanding of the dynamics behind these new migration-related divisions, if there are, like trying to understand whether this is happening sort of at the return stage.
Great, thank you. A question from the chat from Dan. Could you clarify what negative attitude towards return means or how it was measured? I'm curious to hear about how, in this case, returnees select where to return to, example, which town, given that they return to the home country, especially in light of the subgroup analysis.
So so most returnees went back to their community of origin, and this was sort of the main incentive when the peace agreement took place. A big part of this was the promise of being able to get land, especially land at their sort of point of origin. So most returnees return to their community of origin. No, for attitudes towards return, we basically had 4 questions related to that. And let me read you the wording of the question. So we asked attitudes. We asked when people who have lived abroad come back, they help. One was help the country, do not fit in, bring new ideas, knowledge and technology, or receive preferential treatment. So basically we added the responses to that, where higher values would indicate worse attitudes, and divided the sample above and below the mean.
Great, thank you so much. Perhaps one final question, if I may. How should we be thinking about generalizability in this context, sort of given the issues around land scarcity and the promise of land returning, or how there was sort of such a large influx of 500,000 people over a couple of years? How do we think about that?
So I was thinking about this, and obviously generalizability is quite difficult. Like one-to-one generalizability, it's very similar to the question you asked Danny as well, right? How how can we generalize these results? However, there's many cases that could be similar, right? Like you can think about other refugee situations in which sort of there's been this protracted displacement, and then the return happens over time. You could think about sort of situations like not sure. So similar situations to what happened in Burundi.
Yeah. Great. Thank you so much, Isabel, and thank you to all of the presenters. I feel like we could continue this conversation for a long time, and I think that the presentations were an interesting conversation with one another, and I wish we had more time to sort of delve into those connections and links there. But yes, thank you so much to all of the presenters today and to all of you for attending and also to the conference organizers. I hope to see many of you next year in person. I was really hoping we could be in Colombia together this year. I think I'm really armed with new ways of thinking about sort of practice and new framings of return from this session. I think Dan sort of had us think a little bit more about how the majority of returnees do intend to, or refugees rather, do intend to return home. Danny talked about how they could be important drivers of reconstruction, and I think Isabel sort of complicated this, asked us to be mindful of the potential negative impacts of return on sort of social cohesion. So I'm really grateful for the takeaways that I have from this panel. So thank you. Next in the program is a 15-minute break, after which we will have a keynote from Ted Miguel, Oxfam professor in environmental and resource economics at the University of California, Berkeley, who will be discussing new results from his panel survey of Syrian refugees in Jordan, the Syrian Refugee Life Study, a project actually that IPA was lucky enough to be able to support. So we'll see you back here at 1:15 US Eastern Time and 7:15 Central European Time. Thank you, everyone.
Microphone test.
We can hear you.
Perfect.
You guys hear me okay? Swan, can you hear me?
Yes, Ted,
Okay.
I hear you well. So good afternoon, good evening, good morning, everybody. And hi, Ted, long time no see. So I have the pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker for the conference, Ted Miguel. You can see his publication records from the website and things. So what I wanted to add is so first, Ted and I knew each other for a while. That is the very first generation, it's among the very first generation of students of Michael and Abhijit, of Michael Kramer and Abhijit Banerjee. And I had the privilege of being a student that was a teaching assistant then. And I think if development economics is now so popular in every grad school, and if research is as dense and diverse, deep and broad in the area of development economics, I think we need to know we owe Ted and that first generation of development economists to have started the field of, or expanded the field in the econ department they joined, inspiring students and guiding students. I think we are very privileged to have you today talking to everybody why you got in this field. And just remind also that whatever the areas, this is what I'm also following for a few years, whatever area TEDS gets in becomes an important area. I'm not going to make a causal claim because this is what I've been trained to do, but whether it's research on Africa, whether it's research on conflict, and now recently research on refugees, I think that's a testimony of the importance of the field. And also, we'll be glad to hear your vision about where this is going. So Ted, the mic is yours. We will have 40 minutes. Please keep your questions to the end, and I'll moderate the discussion after. Over to you, Ted.
Thanks so much. Can everybody see the screen okay? All right. Thanks so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. And Tuan, thanks for the introduction. I've had the pleasure of knowing Tuan for a couple decades now, and just such an honor to be here today, and a pleasure to have Tuan moderating the session and having the conversation on this topic. I'm really honored to have the opportunity to speak with you all. I'll be talking about the issue of tracking refugee life outcomes with some initial results from the Syrian Refugee Life Study. This is the product of work with a large team, including Sandra Rosso from the World Bank, Emma Smith at Harvard, and several other colleagues whom I'll mention along the way. But I really just want to acknowledge that this is a joint effort and just a great project to be part of. I'm very privileged. I'll start with an overview that I think everybody here is familiar with, which is just how important the issue of displacement is. Displaced populations are at an all-time high. There's so many tens of millions of people, living through displacement, most living in low and middle income countries. And for most of these individuals, displacement lasts a long time. So, most conflicts last many years, and the vast majority of people have been displaced for at least 5 years. And so this is, an important reality, and actually it's going to be very important for the points on research that I'll be focusing on, is just the issue of the sort of time frame that we're dealing with this issue. Unfortunately, because of climate change, the risk of armed conflict is likely to grow in the coming decades. Sal Shang, Marshall Burke, and I have some work on this, as do other scholars, and that could just add to these numbers in the coming decades. So this is not an issue that we kind of see going away in the next few years or in the next decade. If anything, there could be more and more risk of greater refugee and displaced populations. So this poses a number of challenges. The first challenge is simply collecting useful data on this very large population, a population that's often mobile, whether it's refugees, internally displaced people. These are populations that may not have a lot of trust in authorities, so it may be difficult to collect data, it may be difficult to access these populations. Then once we can collect data, there just remains so many unanswered questions about the appropriate policies, the appropriate approaches to improve refugee and displaced people's life chances. In many ways, even just characterizing the typical trajectory of life for many of these populations is something that we haven't done yet as a research community. And I will say, and this gets back a little to what Tuan noted before, that I'm new to work in this area. It's just in the last 3 or 4 years that I've begun to work on these topics, and I feel like I'm learning more every day. But what has struck me in reviewing the literature and learning what's going on is just, first of all, how many open questions there are in this field, but also how exciting it is that in the last few years, there's really been an explosion of research. And I do think that this conference is an expression of that, just the quality of the papers, the exciting new areas that the field is going in is really great. And it's wonderful to be part of a new research movement in this area. So in particular, I'm going to discuss in this studied the issue of Syrian refugees and displaced people. The pre-war population of Syria was 21 million. And there's just, a huge amount of Syrian population now living outside of Syria. About 7 million. Equal numbers are displaced within Syria. So it's just been a cataclysmic event, as I think we're all aware of. And you can see here just the numbers of displaced people based on UNHCR data with many national groups having millions of refugees, but in Syria the numbers are particularly stark, and so this is the population that I'll be focusing on. There is a growing body of research on Syrian refugees, and a lot of it is being presented at this conference, or at least some of it. A lot of that research has focused on host communities, on very important issues around how the influx of refugees affect economic outcomes, housing, education among host communities. And this is actually fairly common in the broader research literature on refugees. It's traditionally been easier to collect data and make progress, research progress, studying hosts, where there are kind of standard data collection mechanisms in place. And it's been harder to make progress studying the refugees themselves very often. And of course, this is not for lack of interest. There's tremendous public policy interest and scholarly interest in refugee communities, but really there have been some data gaps that are just starting to be filled in. And again, in this conference, there are several studies that are starting to fill in those gaps. The Joint Data Center is a very big step forward as well. But again, there remains a gap, and in particular, the lack of high-quality longitudinal data, panel data on refugee populations is a very notable, gap in the literature. Of course, there's many reasons why it's been hard to collect that data. These populations are often highly mobile. They, may lack trust in authorities. They may be difficult to access for various, legal reasons. But without that kind of high-quality, long-term panel data, it becomes impossible to really understand typical refugee life trajectories. And that's something that seems really central, as a gap in the literature. And that's what I'll talk about today. So what I'm going to discuss today is some early evidence from the Syrian Refugee Life Study, SRLS, which is a study that aims to begin filling in this gap of a lack of longitudinal or panel data evidence. We have a paper with co-authors, and I've kind of listed the names here, that's forthcoming in the Oxford Review of Economic Policy, with some initial results as we start examining the data that we've been able to collect over the last couple of years. And I'm going to review some of that data here today, but also kind of go beyond that to talk about some open questions and some other findings in the broader project. And the central goal of SRLS, this project that together with the co-authors I mentioned, we're working on, is to try to improve our understanding of Syrian refugee life outcomes in Jordan using new longitudinal panel data. And a wonderful trend in the field is that several other teams are beginning to do the same thing among refugee populations in other contexts. And I'll come back to that later on. We need detailed data on refugee populations to answer just some basic questions. For instance, which refugees move and why? Which return home? Which move to third countries? And what are their motivations? And this is a central question. It's an important policy question. And survey evidence with survey questions that probe people's attitudes and intentions are really important to do this. We can't understand people's motivations just from administrative data alone. Second, what types of humanitarian interventions have the most positive impact on refugees' economic outcomes, their life opportunities, both in the short run and in the long run for themselves and their children? And finally, what types of policies and shocks affect people's well-being, their psychosocial well-being, and how do these effects persist over time? So, again, we're interested in life trajectories. We're interested in long-run outcomes. That's really critical for understanding these situations, but we can't look at these issues without long-term panel data. So what we're trying to do in SRLS is begin to create that kind of data. Of course, we're not in the long run yet. We've just started collecting data in the last couple of years, but we have to start from that building block. Okay, so there are two main sub-projects that I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to mainly focus today on the construction of original longitudinal data. What we were able to do with very close cooperation from UNHCR, whom we're very grateful to, is create, get a sample, a representative sample of Syrian refugees living in Jordan. These are registered refugees. And we've started collecting data on them over time to create this panel data. It's typically been challenging to access this kind of data to create representative samples of refugees. But in the last few years, UNHCR has forged several productive partnerships to do this. And this is just a tremendous step forward, and will really enable us to get a representative picture of these populations. So far, in terms of data collection, we started one in-person round of surveys with very detailed survey instruments in 2020. We managed to collect about 500 surveys until that round was cut short by COVID. We simply couldn't remain in the field. We did pivot the project in 2020 into early 2021 to collect a phone survey round. It wasn't as detailed a survey, of course, but we did manage to collect some useful information on economic, health, and other outcomes. And then we're back in the field, literally right now, collecting a full in-person round in Jordan. We started just a few weeks ago in late December, and we'll continue for the next several months. So, again, we're beginning to create this panel with data in 2020, 21, 2022, and we hope to continue it going forward. The second component of SRLS so far, the major component, is an RCT, randomized controlled trial, studying the impacts of a housing shelter improvement program carried out by Norwegian Refugee Council, and trying to understand how these improvements in shelter affect life outcomes among Syrian refugees in Jordan. So far, we have some medium run impacts, 12 to 18 months after receiving assistance. There will be a presentation tomorrow that I'll mention that'll go into these in more detail, but I will briefly discuss these results today. So let me go through both of these, focusing mainly on the panel data set. We hope that this panel data collection continues. We've already put in place, as I mentioned, several rounds of both in-person and phone surveys. To date, there has been very little migration in our sample out of Jordan, but over time, we assume there will be more and more of this migration. And so one of our goals is to collect the kind of tracking information, personal contact, and family contact information to allow us to continue to survey these individuals, whether they return to Syria, move to a third country, or remain in Jordan. In addition to that very detailed tracking information, the in-person surveys have very comprehensive data on a range of socio-demographic and economic variables. We have consumption measures, we have earnings measures. We also have very detailed information on health, well-being, education, child outcomes, and then a range of attitude and intention questions and preference questions to really build a rich picture of life. So I think for people who are familiar with some of the, what are called life surveys, like the Indonesia Family Life Survey, or there's others around the world, we aspire to have a rich multi-use data set that will allow us to look at many different facets of refugees' lives. And let me just kind of quickly show you, I'm not going to go through row by row here, but just a sense of the kinds of household data, economic measures, consumption measures that we're collecting. As I mentioned, we had this in-person round in 2020 with around 500 surveys that was cut short due to COVID. The phone survey collects some of these major outcomes in terms of the household roster, living conditions, migration, economic outcomes. And now we're back in the field in person collecting all of these. Beyond these economic and demographic measures, there's also a range of detailed measures. And again, I'm not going to go through all of these rows, but education measures, preferences, mental health measures, and then a bunch of detailed child outcomes as well that we're collecting. So we're hoping that collecting this kind of panel data over time will have many uses. Understanding the associations between these variables can shed light on important issues. And again, as I'll talk about later on, we're hoping the research community as a whole can really benefit from access to this data, as well as policymakers. All right, so this is really the goal, the kind of high-level goal of the study. In the phone survey that was collected in 2020 to 2021, we managed to survey 62% of the sample, this representative sample that we selected. There were very few refusals. Most of the non-response was due to having outdated phone contact information. As I mentioned, we're back out in the field right now, in person. We're gathering and we're receiving updated phone contact information from UNHCR. We're able to use WhatsApp to contact a number of the respondents. We're finding some of the respondents. We're hoping to find them in person as well. So we're hoping that our response rate will just continue to rise, hopefully substantially above this level. Now that we're fully back in the field in person, of course, the higher that rate of successful surveys, the more representative the sample. So this is something that we're excited to continue to advance in the current round. All right, so what are we finding so far? Let me transition from kind of the overview to start showing you some more data. The columns on the left are from the SRLS phone survey collected last year. We collected, 2,300 surveys, and this is just a kind of example of some of the data we collected. The right-hand columns are from the Jordan Labor Market Panel Survey, which is a national survey in Jordan, a very high-quality survey. It mainly collects non-refugee populations, but a small number of sample observations are Syrian refugees, about 400 something, and we're showing those numbers here. What you can see both from our data collected last year and from the JLMPS is that Syrian refugees' characteristics are quite different than non-refugees in Jordan, not surprisingly. They have larger household sizes, more children. They're less likely to be male-headed. There's a fair number of female-headed households due to the situation that these Syrian households faced when they fled the country. The Syrian refugees are also substantially poorer along a number of metrics. They're much less likely to have a permanent roof, piped water, access to electricity. So we can see that living conditions are harder for them than for the non-refugee population in Jordan. The amount that they earn is also substantially less than non-refugee populations as well. So there are a number of important differences, as expected between these populations. And I'll just say that, some of the value added in the SRLS is really just providing a much larger sample of Syrian refugees than what you could find in official Jordanian sources. Even though JLMPS is a very good survey and they do capture several hundred Syrian refugees, in SRLS we're capturing thousands of these households. So there's some real advantages to the data collection. So what else are we finding? In that partial first round of surveys in 2020, before things were cut short due to COVID, we managed to collect very detailed data on all those different dimensions that I mentioned before, including mental health measures. So one of the things that, of course, is a critical issue for refugee populations is mental health distress, is depression, anxiety, and we did collect a standard battery of questions, the CSD-10, to try to capture the likelihood of depression. One of our findings from that first partial round of surveys is that a very large share of the Syrian refugees in Jordan that we surveyed are likely to suffer from depression, 61%. So just a very high rate. Those rates are actually somewhat higher among females than males, 68% among females, 53% among males. So just a kind of staggering number. And of course, others have documented high rates of depression among refugees before, and we're confirming those findings. Something that's a little more novel, perhaps, is our ability to link that data to information on child outcomes. So we collected the Child Strengths and Difficulties Questionnaire, which asks questions about child well-being outcomes, some of their socio-emotional outcomes as well. And this is an area of great interest for us. And in fact, in the current in-person round, we're hoping to continue expanding the richness of the data that we're collecting among children. What we were able to find out in that initial round of surveys is that the children of depressed parents also seem to fare worse in terms of their socio-emotional outcomes. So if you look at this table, and I know there's a lot of numbers here, there are really two sets of columns. The columns on the left are the average outcomes of children among the non-depressed parents based on this survey instrument. So their CSD score is lower. They don't have as many kind of answers associated with depression. The columns on the right are those individuals where their answers on the survey indicate they're likely to be depressed. And we have mothers and fathers here. And what you can see then for the different rows are the parents' responses about their children's potential emotional problems, conduct problems, problems with peers, socializing, where the normal row suggests the child is probably not suffering from too many problems here. And there's this very stark relationship that you can see throughout. If you look at emotional problems, about 70% of the parents who are not depressed, when asked about their children, say that their children's emotional development is normal, but among the depressed parents, it's only about 50%. So it's a very large difference. There's sort of similar patterns for conduct, especially for mothers. And then with peer problems at the bottom, again, a kind of similar relationship. For the children of non-depressed parents, about 60% say their children's outcomes are normal. For the children of depressed parents, it's only 30 to 40%. So very big gaps here. Now, look, there's a lot of potential reasons for these differences. There could be correlations in mental health outcomes within families. There could be reporting differences. But these kinds of very stark patterns really, I think, call for more research, that we're hoping to do, we're hoping others can do, on these differences. And, they really kind of, I think, demand more research and trying to understand how improving parents' outcomes and family outcomes can affect child well-being and development. Continuing on some of the data on children, we collected a bunch of other questions related to the integration of children into the host community. Did they socialize with Jordanian friends? Did they share recreational spaces, parks, or playgrounds with Jordanian kids? And here it's a kind of half glass full, half empty situation. The majority of the Syrian refugee kids do have Jordanian friends and play with them, but there's still sizable shares that don't. So only a little bit more than half of the Syrian kids share recreational spaces and parks, playgrounds with Jordanian kids. So there is the possibility of some social exclusion and kind of distance between the Syrian refugee community and Jordanians. Another set of issues that are very important here are the broader household social networks, how much adults socialize. We have some information on that as well. One possibility is that Syrian households' return intentions, migration intentions, also partially shape how much they invest in relationships with the host community. And that's something we're interested in exploring more. We collected some detailed questions about return intentions, and we found some, I think, pretty interesting patterns. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the vast majority of our respondents have no intention of returning to Syria before the conflict is resolved. As long as the conflict is going on and there's a safety issue, they plan to stay in Jordan, and that's totally reasonable. When we ask them questions about their views on the conflict and return intentions, we asked them in 2020, we asked them, okay, in the next 2 years, do you believe the conflict is likely to be resolved? Very few thought it would be resolved, and of course it still hasn't been. So, they had correct beliefs there. What's a little more striking in our data is that only about half of the respondents say they would like to leave Jordan and return to Syria even after the conflict ends. So there's a large share of respondents who are maybe so pessimistic about what life would be like in Syria that they plan to stay in Jordan. So I'm going to show you that data in one slide. Of course, to the extent that a very large share of Syrians in Jordan are going to permanently live there, this has major regional implications, major implications for even just the population size of Jordan versus Syria. It could affect relations between those two countries. And there's obviously huge political economy implications within Jordan if the population composition of the country is altered permanently by the Syrian inflow. So let me show you some of these data. We asked respondents in 2020, will the conflict end in the next 2 years? Very few thought it would. Of course, they were right. And then we asked them, would you return in the next 2 years if the conflict is unresolved? And you can see here that most say it's quite unlikely or very unlikely that they will return. So maybe not surprisingly. Here's the data that I mentioned was maybe a little bit more surprising. In panel C, we asked, would you return to Syria within 1 year of the conflict ending? And the majority say it's unlikely or very unlikely that they will return. So again, the conflict ending, it doesn't mean that as soon as it ends, everybody's gonna go back. Panel D says, when the conflict ends, would you like to stay in Jordan? This is a little bit more open-ended. And again, only 54% say no. So this was a quite interesting, finding for us, and certainly tremendous political implications. All right, so that gives you a sense, I think, of how this kind of rich data collection on attitudes, preferences, child outcomes, mental health, etc., can be tied together to really hopefully enrich our understanding of the Syrian refugee population in Jordan. The panel data set will also enable us to investigate the effects of other types of shocks, policy changes, and interventions. And I'll come back to that in a couple slides. The SRLS project was also set up to go beyond looking at the longitudinal aspect of the data to study the effects of an RCT. And actually, the RCT sample is a different sample. It's not drawn from this representative sample of UNHCR registered refugees. It was drawn from a sample of households eligible for assistance from the Norwegian Refugee Council. NRC carried out a shelter assistance program and was willing to carry out an RCT to randomize that assistance across different households. Of course, they had their own funding and budget constraints. Not every Syrian refugee in Jordan who needed shelter assistance could be assisted, and so an RCT was a natural way forward. If you want to hear the details on this project, check out the presentation tomorrow by my colleagues Emma Smith and Sarah Stillman. But I'm going to talk about some of those results today. I also want to mention that just in the last year or two, there's been this wonderful related stream of work using randomized control trial designs, understanding the effect of aid to Syrian refugees on their life outcomes. And I've listed some of the studies here. Some examining effects of assistance in Turkey as well. And this related subliterature focused on cash transfers. And our project focuses on housing assistance. Of course, both are tremendously important types of aid. So what do we find? Again, just preliminary results, because you can hear more tomorrow. The NRC housing assistance program was a quite generous housing subsidy. It was an average of $2,200 per household over the course of a year. It was meant to subsidize rent. It also provided some assistance to landlords to do some upgrades to improve the quality of housing that refugee households were living in. We had some initial short-run results based on our phone survey. And when we do compare the treatment and control households, we find significant improvements in the housing quality in the treatment households. So that was like a very important finding, just to show that the intervention actually did what it was supposed to do, improving the condition of housing for these households. There were also some improvements in financial stability, some improvements in child school participation that we determined in that 6 to 12 month period. So this 6 to 12 month period is basically while the assistance is still being given out by NRC. We also found some unexpected patterns in the short run. We found that the treatment households that were receiving the housing assistance showed an increase in household size, mainly due to an influx of children. So it looks like some children were maybe from relatives or neighbors were moving into these households now that they had better living conditions. There were also unexpectedly some increases in certain measures of food insecurity. So meaning, that food insecurity got worse. This was unexpected. We weren't sure if maybe this was due to the increase in household size, but we didn't expect that. What we have that's preliminary and brand new, because we've just collected follow-up data, 12 to 18 month follow-up data on the RCT sample. These were in-person surveys, very detailed in-person surveys. And again, we're just analyzing the data, so it's hot off the press. We still find some improvements in housing, some reduction in housing expenditures because of the assistance, and we find some persistent increases in child school participation. So it looks like improving shelter characteristics through this transfer, which is also just a big, transfer of resources to the treatment households, does lead to some improvements in life outcomes for these households. That said, when we looked at things like financial stability, some of those effects dissipate. At the same time, we no longer find these sort of adverse food insecurity patterns 12 to 18 months later. So we're not sure if maybe that short run result was spurious or just something temporary. All right, so again, this is just preliminary evidence from the RCT, and you can hear more about it tomorrow when my co-authors present, but there's some indication that this housing assistance improves some dimensions of life, including for children, which is a big interest of our project. All right, so let me kind of move towards the end of the presentation. Fortunately, what we're doing in SRLS is not the only rich longitudinal data collection that's going on among refugee populations. For instance, there's some really interesting work, data collection of among Syrians living in Lebanon, and that work was, some of that work was presented this morning. I enjoyed the presentation by Daniel Masterson on this data, getting really into the details of what would drive migration, what would drive return intentions to Syria, and it was really a fascinating set of results. This issue of return migration, who returns, why they return, what happens to them when they return, still remains, I think, quite an open issue, and this study is starting to flesh these issues out. Fortunately, there's also a growing number of these surveys around the world, and a number of these data collection projects are actually focusing on some of the globally largest refugee and displaced people populations. So there's the Kenya Analytic Program on Forced Displacement, CAPFD, which is a project that I'm lucky enough to be involved in. This is a collaboration between colleagues at UNHCR, the World Bank, and also UC Berkeley, that is going to be launched soon, collecting detailed information, panel data on refugee populations, both in camps and out of camps, and also on host communities living near camps and living in cities. So again, the hope here is to put in place a multi-year panel data set that hopefully can continue in the long run to really start understanding life trajectories of these populations. There's a large refugee panel survey of Venezuelan refugees living in Colombia that my co-author Sandra Rosso and co-authors are working on, that is also providing unique information on a very large and very important refugee population. Of course, Colombia has been characterized by having policies towards refugees and integration into the labor market that really set it apart from most other countries. Third, there's also the Cox's Bazar panel survey among Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh. That's led out of a team based at Yale. Mushfiq Mubarak and colleagues are involved in that, again, with close collaboration from UNHCR and others. So it's exciting that actually between SRLS, CAPFD, the VenReps, and the Cox Bazar survey, there's some coverage, survey coverage, of 7 of the 8 largest refugee groups in terms of the source country of refugees, and hopefully taken together this new wave of panel data. And what if we're able to pool this data, compare patterns across countries, et cetera, will allow us to characterize refugee life trajectories in a way we've never been able to do before. The data just hasn't been there to understand who stays, who returns, why, what could be done to improve life outcomes for children and their eventual integration either into host society, host community society, or into other societies. So, hopefully this data will be useful to scholars and policymakers alike. All right, so what are the next steps for us in SRLS? And I'll just start, wrapping up here. As I mentioned, we're currently in the field with our first full in-person round because our first attempt was cut short by COVID, and we did have a full round of phone surveys. We're very excited to collect this information. As I mentioned, there's a lot of ways forward for this data. Some of the things we're very excited about now is understanding the effects of camp residence on refugee life outcomes. We're surveying Syrian refugees, both who live in camps and who don't. We have a representative sample, and there are some issues around timing and policy that could be used to understand why certain individuals lived in camps and others chose not to, that we hope to use for econometric identification. That's one issue we're interested in. We're very interested in understanding social assimilation and integration and inclusion over time, and both through our surveys and through future surveys that will survey members of the host community. We do think that pairing surveys of refugee households and host communities is really very important for understanding that process of social integration. We're also, as many are in this area, interested in understanding the effects of direct conflict exposure among our refugee households on their life outcomes. So these are some of the directions that we're interested in within our own research team. But we really do feel that SRLS and these other panel data sets could be much more broadly useful to the research community and to policymakers, even beyond what we as a team are interested in terms of our immediate, article and paper writing goals. So one of the things we hope to do is make the SRLS a useful public good and to try to foster greater collaboration between our team and scholars globally. We've already actually held a conference in September, a kind of webinar. It had to be virtual among those interested in this collaboration, and we began to forge some really interesting relationships. This week, we posted all the data from that first 2020 survey round. So that is now publicly available for scholars and policymakers. You can check that out on our Harvard Dataverse site, and I put the web link up here. All of our current and future rounds will be made available, and we're hoping that even beyond any collaboration that we're involved in, that other scholars, researchers, and policymakers can use this data and make progress. So that's really our goal here. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us, thank our funders at IPA and ultimately through the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office for funding. And especially I'm grateful to all my colleagues who worked so hard with me to put together this presentation. So let me just leave it there.
Thank you very much, Ted. Imagine people are clapping and at home, but you just can't hear it. So we're going to move to the Q&A. The idea is to make it lively. Please raise your hands and I will give you the microphone. Whether you're attendees or panelists, you can be given access to your microphone to ask your question directly. So while people are waiting, I'm going to ask the first set of questions. One will be a bit on the technical side. So we all know, and the research here, the research conference, this one and the one before, puts a lot of emphasis on econometric identification. That's what microeconomic research is about. And when we hear about this project of yours, there is a lot of implicitly designed to avoid this or that pitfalls of econometric analysis. So could you walk us, and in the light of the few papers you've seen, can you walk us quickly over the main methodological challenges, whether it's endogenous selection, endogenous location, endogenous policies, so that when junior or less junior researchers set on a study like this, what do we really need to look out for?
Yeah, thanks, Tuan. I think that is essential. You know, in the research I saw earlier in the morning in the conference, and certainly in our RCT sub-project, we get around a lot of those issues through design, through RCT. And I think that is, you know, when one can do it, that's obviously a very attractive approach. That said, the goal of the panel is to be a multi-use survey, even when we don't have RCTs. So you're right that that's something that's very much on our minds. It's something that I've been concerned about in this setting of conflict and refugees and displaced people. I've been concerned about for a long time. Something like 17, 18 years ago, I started working in Sierra Leone right after the civil war ended there. And I actually worked with colleagues at the World Bank to set up data collection there because of my interest in understanding the effect of conflict exposure on people's lives. So in some ways, the work I'm doing on refugees kind of flows from that broader interest. And we wrote several papers comparing life outcomes, comparing social capital, political engagement, et cetera, among those who had personally experienced violence in the Sierra Leone conflict to those who had not. And we had no idea what to expect in terms of the selection into experiencing that violence, being a victim. And many people, when we first discussed the issue, said, okay, the people who are experiencing violence are going to be so heavily selected that this comparison is going to be useless. And in fact, we faced a lot of challenges in publishing some of those early studies because I think referees didn't even give us a chance. They said, no, this is not an RCT. It's not well identified. We can't compare these populations. What we were able to do in Sierra Leone is collect a lot of detailed household data, not just on current outcomes, but we got a lot of retrospective data, pre-war data, et cetera. And we show that actually, at least in that context of the civil war in Sierra Leone, the people victimized and those not looked incredibly similar on a lot of different dimensions. So, and of course, that depends on the conflict, but at least in some conflicts, it may be possible to build out the data collection, including current and retrospective data, to make the case that those who are victimized, it's as good as random. It's very arbitrary in some conflicts. Who has to flee? Which direction the militia comes from, to this village or that village. So, in the case of the Syrian conflict, there may be some more complexity to it, and it's been going on. There's various sub-conflicts even within the conflict. So I don't want to say that it's as good as random, but that thinking ahead about that kind of data collection, I think for other researchers will be very important. When you collect data, think about the kinds of balance checks you're going to want to do to characterize that selection as well as you can. If there's selection, that's interesting. If there isn't, it may open up some possibilities for analysis. So I would say that's my advice to scholars out there, is really think through the specifications you're going to run and the kind of data you'll need to head off these concerns. You also raised the issue of policy, endogenous policy. This is a very challenging issue. And, I think, something we're struggling with. One of the things that we're thinking about doing with our data and that we've started to do is to look at camp openings and camp closures potentially, and the timing of those as kind of exogenous policy changes. So again, to the extent that there's a flow of refugees into, say, Jordan, or it could be, this approach could be used elsewhere, those who move in before a camp opens may be much less likely to live in a camp than those who move just after a camp opens, things like that. So I do think that there are possibilities of identification that we can exploit. And my own sense is these issues are so important that even if we don't have perfect identification, we should still be doing research on these questions. We shouldn't say we need a perfect RCT in order to study these populations. The stakes are too high. It's too important a set of issues. Let's make progress as much as we can, even if we have to make the case for identification and it's imperfect. So that's my general view.
Thanks a lot. So it's either me or people are still shy. So let me try also another question. So JDC, one of the mandates of JDC, the Joint Data Center, is to work with the World Bank, working with the UNHCR in a partnership, trying to make data more available and foster the kind of research that you're doing. You have had your own experience with UNHCR Jordan, and we had talked about this. But what do you think the efforts that JDC should be doing? How can this institution really enable you guys to do your work better?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think we're very lucky that we managed to have a good relationship with UNHCR, and that's helped to kind of unlock this collaboration. I do think that the process of creating those relationships, I think it could be streamlined. I do think there's a lot of scholars out there, maybe, including junior scholars that may not have the links and the connections to the right people in UNHCR that could really benefit from those kinds of links. So to the extent that JDC can continue hosting conferences like this, host meetings where interested UNHCR research staff can meet interested external researchers and do some matchmaking around projects, I think that would be extremely useful to help streamline the relationship. I'm putting myself back in the shoes, Tuan, of what we were like when we were graduate students, back in the day. And it would have been just very hard to know how to begin. If I wanted to work in this area, what should I do? Where do I go? And I think it would be very nice for there to be a standard path, and for JDC to even have a page on their website saying, if you're a graduate student or a junior scholar and you want to work in this area, maybe every 3 months or 4 months, we're going to have a matchmaking meeting with researchers at the World Bank, UNHCR, policymakers who want to do this work together. Come join the matchmaking. Let's see where there's common interest and forge collaborations in a very open way. I know that these things are difficult sometimes to organize and time consuming, but the more of those activities that could occur, I think would be really valuable, because I still feel like the UNHCR data is really underexploited. There's been big steps forward, and we're seeing the explosion of research just through these initial collaborations, but I think we've scratched the surface, honestly.
There's something I didn't mention when I introduced you is one thing where I think you've taken the lead and has made an impact in our profession, is the ethics of doing research. I think transparency, I think the registries, the pre-analysis plans, and I think the profession should thank you for that. But now my question is something we've been struggling and discussion with the JDC is, what do you think the ethics of doing research in forced displacement? Sure, refugees are not the extreme case of prisoners who don't have agency, but we can see that they are vulnerable. They are in positions in a place where they might interpret that researchers have a say in their livelihood in the future. So how do you think the research community should approach the question of ethics in doing research there?
I think it's a critically important issue. It's something we've thought about and grappled with on the SRLS team. And I see there's also a comment in the chat very closely related to your question here, Tuan. We are working on and writing up an ethics document related to our own work in SRLS. So, there's a question in the chat from Isabel about, could we write documents or create documents with examples or our thoughts on the ethics? We're actually working on that now. There's so many issues that come up. I'll mention one, which is we're hoping to continue this panel data collection for many years. And over time, presumably a number of our respondents will eventually move back to Syria. Some of them will. If the Syrian political context remains as closed and undemocratic as it is now, there could be risks to surveying people in Syria. There could be risks for them in terms of their own safety. How do we deal with that? Obviously, the safety of our respondents is far more important than us getting data. That's paramount. That has to come first. At the same time, are there ways, even in a politically repressive context, where we can collect this information safely? Are there encrypted tools or methods to collect survey data that's safe. Because the flip side of all this on the ethics is that collecting evidence and data to understand how to improve refugee lives, that is also very important. And there is also an ethical issue that we have as a research community to try to benefit displaced people. And I sincerely believe that data and research are very important in that effort. So I think we struggle with those issues. And they go beyond the normal issues we face in low-income settings, where there are also vulnerability questions. They go far beyond those issues.
So if you don't mind, I push that question a bit further, the beneficence thing. And people from the World Bank and UNHCR will I think, smile, because they know exactly what I'm talking about. So in terms of beneficence, the issue of refugees is so politically explosive that a piece of research can really affect the policy dialogue and can really have negative effects on the refugee community. So of course, in research, there is this sacrosanct division between knowledge and politics. But here, as you mentioned, that there is, inevitably there is a link between the two. And how do we behave in academia, or how should the people who are listening to us behave in academia when there's a tension between publishing, being quoted by the economist, because whatever is controversial is going to be quoted, and the real damage in terms of policy that might make on the ground. And I'm not going to quote all the issues that we're facing, but that's more than any other topic, I think, is a real issue. So how do we? What's your take on that tension?
I'm very. It's an issue of great concern, and my kind of ideological position on this is that more evidence, more data, more information should enhance the dialogue. But I see your point that something that could be misconstrued or a pattern in the data that makes a refugee population look bad, or if there, for instance, if there were evidence that migrant populations or refugee populations were more likely to engage in crime, it could feed into a kind of narrative, a domestic political economy narrative that's very negative. So, I'm sensitive to it. I don't feel like suppressing data or evidence in the long run is good, but I can see the concern. I think my fear with once we start kind of restricting what can be released or worrying about all the political implications is then the release of evidence becomes so selective and so biased that we can't even trust the research literature. So it's a very difficult issue, and I think there's sort of short run versus long run issues around the credibility of research that we have to put in play here. I think you're raising those. Sometimes these could be issues of life and death. So it's I think a very hard issue. I'm not going to take a hard stand.
I think you do it right. So Andres is having a question. Please go ahead, Andres.
Can you hear me? I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're in. Thank you so much. Let me get back to one point you mentioned about publishing and kind of identification strategies, and I wanted to maybe push this forward, and especially for junior scholars who are here, younger scholars. We have a couple of master's students, of people that are starting their PhDs, and we know about this tension, right, in terms of publishing, especially in economics. We're trying to push forward towards identification. This is an academic conference, and we see a lot of very rigorous and creative ways to tackle identification issues. But sometimes in doing so, we kind of lose track of like the big questions, right? Sometimes even when we have the very creative and rigorous identification strategies, we're losing. We're identifying maybe local effects. We're losing kind of like the big picture. Sure. We often don't use descriptive statistics that much. So especially for younger scholars, what's your take on how to balance this quest for rigorous identification so that we can publish and we can advance in our careers, but at the same time in getting like broader scope of the actual real questions, the very important and foundational questions that matter for us to be contributing to help improve refugees' lives and displaced persons' lives.
I think you've put your finger again on something important, and it gets back to Tuan's first question. It's something that I think those of us working in this space have struggled with. I've struggled with this in the study of conflict in my older work. We had several papers on these issues of the effects of conflict exposure that got rejected from all the top 5 journals. People thought were maybe a bit of a waste of time because of some of these selection issues. Now, I think that body of literature over time has increasingly been seen as very important. It wasn't published in the top 5 journals. It didn't have the best identification, but the descriptive statistics and the patterns in the data were important. And then many other scholars ended up replicating some of our earlier findings in other studies. So there's sort of some stylized facts that emerged. I do see a lot of parallels with this work on displaced people, refugees, the humanitarian space. We're kind of in early days of that literature. It's only in the last few years that there's been a big explosion of work. A lot of the work may not have the best identification strategies, but we're putting empirical facts on the table. And I think if we believe as a research community that this issue is sufficiently important, then eventually there will be recognition that this literature matters, and there will be hopefully the kind of recognition in the scholarly community, of this work. But even if that recognition isn't there, I think if we believe in what we're doing, we believe it's very important, we know that this data is new, it's innovative, we should do this work and kind of have some hope and faith that there will be the recognition. I think what's also exciting, and again, this gets back to Tuan's just question a second ago, is even if in the academic journals there's some hesitation, the hope is among policymakers there will be recognition of the value of this data. And I think they're, subject to these caveats about controversy, this is an area of huge real world implications. And we can do our work knowing that there will be people listening to what we find. That's my hope, at least.
Ono has a very long question in the chat. Ono, if you don't mind, would it be possible for you to just ask it directly? I think you will need to raise your hands for the IT to know how to unmute you and mute you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Well, my question is that, as someone who's working in collaboration with the humanitarian agencies and doing active research since 2018, one issue that we continuously face, despite the fact that we kind of try to form the research question on the field through communication with the implementing agencies, is that most often the incentives for us, the scholars, the researchers, and the bureaucrats who work in these institutions do not align. In the sense that, they want to make decisions quickly, they want to convince the funders, and they want to show that what they do works. Whereas we have a more cautious approach to research, and we want to observe later outcomes, long-term outcomes. We want to have good data, and we want to have larger data sets and so on. And it's understandable from their perspective that what they're struggling on a day-to-day basis in a conflict zone. And whereas like the researchers, they want to see a better vision of the work that can be generalized to and communicate with the scholar audience. So my question is, what is a better way to align these incentives in a sense that we can improve the more transparent and evidence-based research that come from the field with the research questions that both help the institutions to improve their work and also improve the quality of the research that we're conducting? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. One thing that we've found helpful, I think, in our collaborations here in this space, but I think it extends into other branches of development economics, where again, some of our implementing partners and collaborators have different time horizons and different interests. It's very important to establish what you can get out of your data in the short run that's valuable to your partners. So if you can establish that, look, even in the baseline survey, there's some descriptive statistics that they're interested in that they may not be able to collect easily on their own. They may see value in the collaboration there, even if those sorts of descriptives in the short run are only maybe 10% of what interests me. I may be interested in other questions. I may be interested in the longer term data. Because your point is very well taken. I'm thinking of our experience even with collaborators in Jordan. with NRC, we've had a great collaboration with UNHCR. There's been a lot of turnover, which you mentioned, and maybe that leads to some kind of short-term incentives among our partners. So, but we've been able to give them information that's useful to them, we hope, and share things with them that they find valuable, even if they're not totally sold on the long-term vision, or maybe they're sold on it, but they don't benefit from it in the same way that we do.
So on those wise words, I'm going to close the keynote session by thanking you, Ted, a lot for the time and the effort you make to come and talk to us about your research, your vision, your views about different aspects that touch us all on our professional life. You also have very nicely accepted to spend time on. Oh, 1 second. I'm informed that Bjorn has a question. So Bjorn, please. And then I'll finish my thank you note.
Thank you, Tuan. Thank you, Ted. That was a great keynote. You really raised the bar here. I find so many good and inspiring messages. So kudos. One of our priorities at the Joint Data Center is to work on responsible data access, making existing data available by through various means. And I was so pleased to hear how you're making the data for your study public already. That's great. It's an example many should follow. My question to you is that looking at the number of papers that have been reviewed for this conference, a lot of them focus on displaced people in middle-income countries. So there's an overrepresentation of Turkey, of Jordan, of Colombia, in relationship to where the really big challenges are, you could say. And I'm thinking of some parts of Africa, not least in the Sahel. And there are good reasons why I think economists find it very difficult to do, and others who want to do their quantitative research. It's just a lack of data. And so what do we do about that? That we get more deep research, solid research on those most difficult countries. And related to that, if we want to have data, sustainable, strong data, we need to get the national statistical offices involved. Right? We talk about statistical inclusion. We heard from a representative from the Central African Republic, the DG for the NSO. Any advice you have for us on how to do that successfully, how to engage them successfully, would be really good to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Bjorn. I mean, I completely agree with that point, and certainly looking at the program, your observation is totally right. I've been really, again, fortunate to be able to partner with colleagues at the World Bank and UNHCR for this new project in Kenya. Now, Kenya isn't the poorest African country, but certainly a lot poorer than Jordan or Colombia. And there, we're hoping to start filling in some of the gaps with big refugee populations in East Africa. I've been very impressed by the degree of engagement that my colleagues at the bank and UNHCR have had with government of Kenya, with statistics agencies there, how we're really working very hard as a team to integrate our data collection, the survey instruments with the very specific questions and types of data that the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics is collecting. And so I think in that sense, it's really, for me, been a very impressive process and shows what can be done with enough commitment, between different partners. And it's a very complex project. Again, the bank, UNHCR, UC Berkeley, other academics, internationally, and government of Kenya partners. So I think it certainly can be done. And within development economics, over time, we've become good at collecting data, even in some very poor countries, some of the poorest countries in the world, some of the poorest sub-Saharan African countries in the world. I'm thinking of, Sierra Leone, for instance, et cetera, have very robust kind of data collection systems in place by academics, a lot of partnerships with Statistics Sierra Leone, et cetera. So I do feel like it's possible, and but the collaboration between academics, UNHCR, the JDC, and the World Bank is going to be so central, really building strong collaborations there, just because I do feel that the UNHCR and bank colleagues have a comparative advantage in forging durable links with government. So, I'm hopeful it can be done. I'm hoping what we're doing in Kenya is a step forward. But it's still like the first few steps. There need to be many more such projects.
Thank you very much, Ted. So I'm going to conclude the day today. And so Ted has nicely accepted to stay for half more hour in the other breakout room. I think the link is in the chat box. I strongly encourage people who do not know Ted to take this opportunity, just either to say hi, introduce yourself, explain quickly what research you have been doing. The others who know Ted very well, of course, you're welcome to come, but please let this opportunity for people who don't have maybe the facility to be at conferences and things to have an opportunity to interact with Ted during this half hour. Thank you very much. The day was great, and looking forward to tomorrow.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Ted.
Bye.
So just move to the other room, Ted. And,
okay, I can leave this. Okay, let me leave this room then. Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, Tom.
Yeah.